who's joining us live? Who is joining live? Grand Rising, who is joining us live today? Mushe Elaboru, Elaboye, Elaboshishe, who is joining us on this live streaming today? Welcome to our live streaming today. If you can hear me, please let me know. Let me shut this one. If you can hear me, please let me know. You need to shut that thing. Elaboru, Elaboye, Elaboshishe, Grand Rising. As you join, let me know where you're streaming from. Those of you on YouTube, if you can hear me clearly, please let me know. Welcome to our Sunday morning live streaming today. Where are you streaming from? Let me know. As you join, Aboru Aboye from Connecticut, as you join, please let me know where you're streaming from. You can hear me clearly. All right, that's great. Let me know where you're streaming from. Thank you for joining. Oh, Emmanuel, thank you so much. We started out on a gift note. You can hear me clearly. That's good. Elaboru, Elaboye, Elaboshishe, Asheogbo Atoyin. So for those of you that are on my WhatsApp status, you already have an idea what we are talking about today. Today we are talking about what does Ifa have to say about God? What does Ifa have to say about God? From Shagam in Ogun State, Nigeria, Mr. Emmanuel, thank you very much for joining us. What does Ifa have to say about God? That is what we're talking about today. Thank you very much for joining. Keep tapping, keep liking, keep sharing. Ashe Elaboru, Elaboye, Elaboshishe, Ashe Ogbo. Thank you very much. Mr. Mike, I can see you. Thank you very much for joining. So those of you that are on my live streaming, you know what the topic of today is about. From Louisiana, thank you so much for joining. Welcome to another Sunday morning live streaming. Thank you for the gifts. This is Iyanifa Ewa, and this is the TikTok channel of Ifa College and the YouTube channel of Iyanifa Ewa TV. And today we are talking about what does Ifa say about God. Now, I will not say what prompted that video. On the alternative, I will say that I feel concerned that a little girl of 11 had put out questions. Some of you might have seen her video. Grand Rising from Canada, Mr. Dave Eshegoni. Some of you might have seen her video. She's had that video for months and the video kind of went viral and she was asking questions about God. She was literally narrating her experience about betrayal. She felt betrayed by God and she spoke up. One thing I'm grateful to is that somebody is breaking the silence and children are doing it. Since we adults have chosen to pretend that everything is fine. Rakib Ahmed on YouTube. How are you doing? Mushe Elaboro Elaboye. Since we as adults has refused to talk about these things, we are just, keeping quiet, gaslighting ourselves into God is good and God is love and God is this. A little child decided to talk about it and she had questions. So I will play that video. You listen to the audio. She had questions, valid real life questions. But you know what I noticed on her page or any other page where that video has been stitched or that video had been reposted, nobody is answering questions. Nobody has answers. All we are hearing is, the day you come to realize this thing you are saying, I hope God is able to forgive you. Go to your parents. Let your parents help you. You better go and find God. In fact, she posted another video about 24 hours ago saying people that are on her page saying she should go and find God. Where exactly is God? Why is God hiding? Why does it have to be a hide and seek game? This is an 11-year-old. And right now, she's not even advocating for any religion. So it's not as if somebody has instigated her to come and talk about a certain religion. But her questions and her concerns is all of us. She is us, we are her. It's every one of us. Except that we have had longer time to lie to ourselves. She is just 11 and she's like, is this what you want me to do for the rest of my life? No, I'm not going to do that. Let me snap out of this thing early. Okay, so let's keep liking, let's keep tapping, let's keep sharing. Once we get to 10K likes on YouTube, we'll get on TikTok, we'll get started. Those of you on YouTube, please keep tapping on your screen. Keep tapping on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing. Please, have you turned off the screen lock? Yeah. Keep tapping on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing. Oh my God, Yanifa is so beautiful from inside out. Oh wow, Yanifa is so beautiful. Please, can you show me her picture? I want to see that beautiful Yanifa that all of you are hailing. Please keep tapping on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing. Ifa ṣeun, Elédùmarè ṣeun, àwọn tó ṣàwó kù sẹ́yìn, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn. So today's topic, as you're joining in, please, as you're joining in, I need to know where you're streaming from. I want to know how far we are going with this good news of Ifa, how far this message is going, how far this content is going. I want to know where exactly. Thank you so much for the compliment. Where exactly are you streaming from, please? I need to know. The topic of today is what does Ifa say about God? You see this whole concept of God and this whole God cannot be loving. If God is loving, why is all of these things happening? You see all those things. We're going to dive it in today. Oh, Mr. Mike, thank you so much for that gift. I love catching flights. So this gift just makes me feel like, oh, this is what I should be doing. Thank you so much for the gift. Thank you. Eshe, 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 thank you so much. Thank you so much for that gift. Auntie Ajoke, I see you. From Brooklyn, I see you. Keep tapping, keep liking, keep sharing. Keep your gifts coming in, and let's get this live streaming as viral as we can. Keep tapping on your screen. So today, if you are joining me for the first time, this is Iyanifa Ewa, Iyanifa Awobankefa, the founder of Ifa College and the host of your popular TV series, or will I say YouTube series, Ashe for Today. So on that daily live streaming or daily live podcast, we delve into the Odrifa for the day. The Odrifa is the voice of Olodumare. Ohun Olodumare ni Ifa. So Olodumare is the divine and supreme being, the creator, the supreme power, the one that rules and made everything, the one that put all of these things together. And so we go to Olodumare to ask them every new day, what is the word for today? What direction are we going to? And you see, when I teach you things, take it very seriously, because this topic we are going to dive into today, the girl that I'm going to reference her video was talking so much about. They said God will bless us. They said we should ask, and God has not given us. She had a lot to say about that. But those of you that have been following Ashe for Today, you know that we are not here asking or praying to God to help us. You know our blessing is here already. We are not looking up to God for it. So maybe that's why we don't have a problem with that. Our blessing is here already. And the Old Rifa teaches us how to locate those blessings. So each new day we come to Ashe for Today and we look into what the Old Rifa says. We break it down to how it fits into our everyday life, how to appropriate it to modern day life. My blessing is here now. Ashe, it is done. That's an established fact. It is not my blessing will be done. It is not I pray, may God bless you. May his blessings rest on you. May his presence go with you. It's not a may. It's a statement of fact that existed long before we came into this earth. It has been a statement of fact before we came here. And we are just living the reality of it. Yeah, that's the difference, right? So my blessing is here now, Ashe is done, is our hashtag for that program. So if you have never joined Ashe for Today, trust me, you are missing. Someone sent me a review today, and when I read it, he said, I keep saying thank you to you and you don't understand why, you don't realize why. If only you know how much everything you're doing right now, if only you know how much it has affected my life, it has improved on my life, you would understand why I'm doing this. So as you join in, click on the follow button, sit down, relax, and let's learn real knowledge. Now, the video that I'm going to play for you is from a minor, an 11-year-old. And the reason I did not respond to that video as, stitching the video and just making a short video is because the question she's asking is not something you can answer in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It's not something you can type in a comment section to answer. We need to break these things down. We need to understand where we're also coming from and the things that we're also experiencing, So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Mo ṣẹ̀làbọ́rú ẹ̀làbọ̀yè ẹ̀làbọ̀ ṣíṣẹ́ o àṣẹ ogbó atọ́ fún gbogbo àwa tá a wà níbí nílé lóko lẹ́yìn odi níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń gbọ́ mi ẹ̀làbọ́rú ẹ̀làbọ̀yè ẹ̀làbọ̀ ṣíṣẹ́. This is Iyanifa. This is Iyanifa Ewa, and this is Ifa College, where we learn the undiluted, unwatered down truth about Ifa, about Isheshe, about us as a people, and about Africa as a race, about our culture, about our tradition, everything that has to do with us. That's what we're doing here today. Now, every Sunday, 12 noon Nigerian time, which is 7 a.m. on the EST, and that will be 11 a.m. for those on the GMT, right? And then every other time zone. We are always here to break down. Now, this is not just another Ifa page where they just talk about Ifa. No, this is the only page you might find today, or you might find in recent times, where the truth about Ifa, about African spirituality, is broken down in a way that you can understand, in a way that you can apply it to your everyday life. So that is one thing that I give. I'm not just another voice, but how are you able to take these things to unlearn the misconception? How are you able to understand this thing for real, that it makes sense to you? That is what we do here. Keep tapping on your screen. How many? Okay, we are on 8K. Let's keep going, keep tapping, keep liking, keep sharing, so that the algorithm will understand that this content is what other people want to see and what people want to hear. Let's keep going. Okay, I think you're going to have to. Okay, I think I can use this video. I can use this one. Let's make another one. Yeah. Yes, it's for YouTube. People on TikTok will hear it. Thank you for joining. 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 Grand Rising. Keep tapping, keep liking, keep sharing, and let's get it started. How do we start our program every day? We start with Iba. Iba is what? Who can tell me what Iba is in English? We start every program by making Iba. And what is Iba in English? Who can tell me what Iba is in English? When we make Iba, what do we do? When we make Iba, what do we do? What do we do when we make Iba? Homage. It means that we are paying homage. We are paying homage to the powers that be. Yoruba culture is very respectful. Africa as a whole is very respectful. We acknowledge the powers that be. We acknowledge the ones that made it possible for everything to be. So today we will start by making Iba. Akodaye Asheba. Asheba tiwaye ojo. Asheba tiwo oorun. Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣe ọ. Àṣèbà olúbíkin, àṣèbà ọ̀sanyìnbíkin, àṣèbà jagunmalè olúwo òdi ọ̀run, àṣèbà gbogbo àwọn agbára tó solé ayé ró, àṣèbà gbogbo àwọn orí tó péjọ síbí báyìí lénìí, àníkíbà wá ṣe ọ. Àṣèbà ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́, ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi arógbaṣọ má balẹ̀, ẹ̀yin ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fún gba ọmọ lọ́mú, ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì jà, àṣèbà àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣe ọ. Àṣèbà olúbíkin, àṣèbà ọ̀sanyìnbíkin, àṣèbà gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà àtàwọn ọ̀rúnmọlẹ̀ tó dilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire mú àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o gbogbo agbára tó solé ayé ró la ṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá wà àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ ẹ̀yin bàbá wa ẹ̀yin ìyá wa ẹ̀yin babaláwo ẹ̀yin ìyá àbíyè ẹ̀yin apènà ẹ̀yin lísà ẹ̀yin gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n jókòó tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀ àṣèbà yín o àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o àṣèbà ọlọ́kọ̀ tó wà wá sáyé àṣèbà àwọn bàbá wa àṣèbà àwọn ìyá wa àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú wa àtàwọn tó ti rebi àgbáre àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o àṣèbà gbogbo àwọn lọ́balọ́ba gbogbo àwọn níjòyè níjòyè lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé yìí àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o gbogbo agbára tó solé ayé ró òun la ṣèbà fún àwọn tó ní káwa ṣawo àṣèbà àwọn tó ṣawo kù sẹ́yìn fún wa àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o àwọn tó lalẹ̀ yìí àwọn tó tẹ̀lú yìí dó àwọn tó ti wà ń bí káwa tó wà àṣèbà ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́ àṣèbà ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ ẹ̀yin arógbaṣọ má balẹ̀ ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fún gba ọmọ lọ́mú ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì ìjà ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru ẹ̀yin apanimáyọ̀dà ẹ̀yin atẹ̀dọ̀jòrò òǹró àṣèbà ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń jí ayé àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o àṣèbà ikin àṣèbà ifá àṣe èèpà ifá àṣe èèpà òrìṣà àṣe mùsùlùmùsù ẹgbẹ́ ayé ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run bọ̀rọ̀kíní ọ̀run bọ̀rọ̀kíní ayé àṣèbà àníkíbà wa ṣẹ o a tún ti wá sínú ẹ̀kọ́ ifá mi lénìí wọ́n ní Ọ̀rúnmìlà òun lòrìṣà ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye yẹn òun làwa béèrè fún lẹ́yìn àní kó ṣẹ fún wa àní kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní tí ọ̀rọ̀ báyìí tí ó bá wọnú ọmọlúàbí wọn ló máa ń dodindin ni àbọ̀rọ̀ tá a fẹ́ gbọ́ lẹ́ni láṣẹ Èdùmàrè bó ṣe ń wọnú wa orí wa gbà ẹlẹ́dàá wa gbà á dẹ̀ mú ṣe àwa ní jẹ́ ẹni tó kàn fi ti gbọ́ nìkan tó gba tìkejì jáde bá a ṣe ń gbọ́ ìbùkún àlàáfíà ire tó wà ń bẹ òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa ọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè kí bá wa ṣe ọ kí bá ṣe. Thank you so much for the gift. We have a flash goal and we need 8 different people. So I think on that flash goal we got 4 people, right? We got 4 people. So we need 4 more different people on that flash goal. Just check on your screen, you will see it. So today we are talking about what does Ifa say about God? And I said I was going to play a video for you. Please turn this off so that they can hear that video clearly. So I will be playing that video for you. No, our flash save is that emojis. Turn this off for me. So we have is it on the loudest volume? Okay. So I think that okay. So let's play this video and see how.
Hey guys, I'm Sama, I'm 11 and today I decided to talk about religion.
Okay.
So, recently...
If you are on TikTok, I need to know that you can hear this recording. YouTube, we are using a mic, so they might be able to hear it. But on TikTok, I need to know that you can hear this recording. Please let me know that you can hear the recording.
Betrayed by God because I, as an 11-year-old, you would typically not expect somebody my age to be saying such a thing. But today I decided that I was going to come out and talk about the picture that parents give to kids. So, like, the belief that when a child is born to a family, they must follow the religion of that family. If a child is born to an atheist family, that the child should be atheist, or if a child is born to a Christian family, the child should be Christian. And I do not feel like that is right, because as a child grows up and the picture they're given or the God they're given does not do what they're being told. If I was told God is all loving, all forgiving, and like all caring, and then that's not the picture that I see for myself, or that's not the reality I come to see, it does not feel right, and it gives you a sense of betrayal. Because if you think about it, Jesus was a Jew, not a Christian. And I'm pretty sure when Jesus was preaching, he did not intend for there to be a religion called Christianity. And I feel like as a child who has been a Christian for 9 straight years, it's betraying because the picture that I'm given of God isn't the picture that I see for myself. I have been told God gives whatever you ask Him for, or God helps us with whatever we need, or God sees your needs and He will provide before you even ask for it. But for me, it's always been about begging, crying, praying, and it's just not right. And then we have prophets too. So there's this prophet that my mom had been talking to for a really long time. Like, I think the about the time that I was born, and she really, really misled my mom. That's, in fact, at this point, it doesn't sound like misleading. It just sounds like brainwashing. And during that process, it's like my mom lost all her logic because this prophet had been telling my mom like very weird things. Like whenever my mom wants to do something, like she used to tell my mom that you didn't, like, you should wait on God, and that you should just wait for God to do it for you. Like if it's a job my mom wants, like she will say something like, no, you don't. If God wants this, if it's in God's will, He will give you the job without applying, without asking, and somebody just out of nowhere will remember you. And I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm just saying, like, in life, you do need to have your own drive, and you need to have the the integrity, or the ideas, the logic to do everything like for yourself, because it's not always that God has to do something for you. And recently I actually like kind of abandoned Christianity because the picture I was given, or the picture I was given of God, and I'm not seeing that picture. I felt abandoned, and it didn't feel right. So like I think parents generally should not introduce their kids to something they themselves aren't sure of. Because if you tell me God is all loving, and then the next moment you tell me that the mistake your parents made, God is gonna curse you to the fourth generation, that doesn't sound like the all loving God I'm being told about. Or if I am told that God is all caring and He will always provide for you, and then you tell me that for almost about a year and a half, I stayed without going to school because God wouldn't provide school fees for me, like that. And then I actually like never gave up. And in the times, like in the hardest moments of our lives, like 2018, we never missed a day of church. Never, ever. We went to all the keshas. Even when it was pouring outside, we still went. And we used to stay there, praise, cry, just, you know, and we still went home to sleep hungry, or maybe eat cold food. And I didn't, and I never gave up then. And right now, as I look at it, God seems like a very sadistic person, because uh, because like God is all caring, but still curses to the fourth generation because of the mistake of your parents. So being born as a that generation person, you do not know what your parents did, you do not know what your grandparents, great grandparents did, but you're still suffering for their mistakes that you didn't know about, that you couldn't control. Or being told that maybe somebody like Hitler maybe um repents last minute before he dies and he goes to heaven, but somebody who is currently struggling and maybe stops believing in God, they will go to hell and burn eternally. just because God couldn't do what he promised to do, and that is not fair. And being told that God is a very jealous God, and us, when we have jealousy, because it's just a natural human emotion, we will go to hell to burn eternally. Or maybe saying that I wish I had this, you are being told that you will go to hell because apparently you are coveting. And I mean, some things like do not murder or do not steal, do not commit adultery, they seem like something a normal person with common sense should have. And I just wanted to say, like, parents, all parents everywhere, if it's a Muslim parent, if it's a Buddhist parent, if it's a Christian parent, an atheist parent, like, please just be mindful of the picture you're presenting to your kids. Because if you tell your kid something about the God they were supposed to be praising, and then life turns the opposite, it's really damaging and really affects their mental health. And yeah, like, that's just about it. So recently, yes, I did give up on Christianity because I do feel like God is sadistic. He's always waiting for the moment to just, he's always putting this random test for you to trip up and give up so he can punish you. And that's unfair. It's like God telling you to pour water on the floor, and you do it because, I mean, it's God, right? And then when you do sleep up on that water, and when you sleep on that water and you fall and injure yourself, he starts scolding you. That's how I feel right now. So yeah, that's about it.
Thank you very much for holding on. It was 9 minutes long, but we needed to hear it. Okay. If you heard her loud and clear, her name is Summer. If you heard her loud and clear, please let me know on TikTok and on YouTube. If you heard her loud and clear, I need you to let me know that you heard her. Did you hear that? Did anybody else hear it? We heard it. We all did. All right. So 11-year-old Summer has spoken her mind about God. She said God has betrayed her, God is sadistic, and here, and all of those things. Now, let's see, what does Ifa have to say about this? Because when you come to this page, you want to know what Ifa's opinion is, right? What does Ifa have to say about this? Please keep tapping on your screen. We're going higher in the daily ranking, and we need more people to be here. Now, first of all, let me start by saying what they told you that God is, the definition of God is supposed to be the divine and the supreme being, the creator of heaven and earth, the one that controls and holds the universe. That is the being that has been called God, right? Unstable network on your part. Oh, sorry, don't worry, you'll get the gist. So that is the person that has, or the being that has been described or named God. So the divine and supreme being. So every time you hear God here, it is the Christians' way or the religious people's way of talking about the divine and the supreme being. Now, she said she feels betrayed by the divine and supreme being. She started by saying the picture that our parents give us, or the picture that is presented to us about God. Before that, she said, when a child is born, she thinks it's unfair for them to just automatically be pushed into their parents' religion. Now, there are two ways to that part. There is first the way, I tagged her on her page and I said if she could join this live stream, she should, or somebody else could be watching on her behalf. So, first of all, I will say this summer, as a minor, the adults in your life are responsible for you, right? And the adults in your life, they are the ones that get to decide and to choose and to direct you. That's just normal. So if a parent is Christian, they're just most likely going to direct their children into Christianity because that's what they know. They have chosen that as this is what is best for me. And because they think this is what is best for them, they they tell you to do the same thing. That's just how a parent is supposed to. But you know, the funny part of that is this. She also said, don't present to your children something that you yourself, you are not sure of. You haven't tested it beyond reasonable doubt. It is okay to tell your child, we're still trying it out. This is just the options that we have right now. Someone said, I felt as if God betrayed me at 19, but went back to church and finally woke up years later. Okay. Trust me, we have all been somewhere in one point or the other in our lives. And then we gaslighted ourselves into saying, God still loves you, irrespective of what you feel. Now, I have said this a million and one times. You did not choose Christianity. You are not a Christian because you are convinced that God loves you. No, you did not choose Islam. You are not a Muslim because no. You were when it came to the department of religion, you were presented just one choice. You were presented one option. You were presented one thing. Nobody makes a choice out of one thing. It's just a default. It is not you. You were not allowed to choose. You just grew into it. So whatever it is that you know right now that you think, oh, my experience of God, oh, you have to come and experience Christianity. That's the only thing you have experienced. So yes, you will talk about it in a way that, so maybe you should pause a little bit and listen to those of us that have experienced religion and that have experienced African spirituality. Ifa, for example. So why would I be an authority to speak about this? Because rewind, those of you that know me, I grew up in a strict, decent, wonderful Christian family. My grandfather, great grandfather were reverends in the Anglican and Methodist church, respectively. I was raised in Deeper Life Church. Google Deeper Life Bible Church, and you would understand what I mean. And then I went over, spent a few years in Christ Embassy, Christ Chapel International Church, before I got into Christ Embassy, and I became a pastor. Google Christ Embassy and you understand what I mean. And trust me, you see the energy with which I push Ifa, I had spent 10 times more energy pushing Christianity. So if I come from there into here, then you should listen to me. And trust me, I didn't come from church because I had a problem that I needed to fix. Then I ran to one Babala one day. No, I had questions just like this little girl had. But different from a lot of you, in my own family, we were allowed to ask questions. You are not allowed to not go to church, but you are allowed to bring the questions and the concerns that you had. So I grew up with a father that I could communicate with about things that wasn't adding up in religion. And my father will not gaslight me into saying, go back to church, keep quiet, don't even talk about that. No, maybe my mom in a little way, but my dad will say, yes, you see, this question is valid. This is coming from an intelligent point of view, but I don't have any answers. I am still researching. So it made me, it set me up in life to know that there were questions that was not being answered. I asked the leaders in church, nobody answered. I asked my own parents, and my father was fair enough and sincere enough to say, I didn't have answers. We are all still looking for it. But in the meantime, we're going to church. So that helped me to keep on looking for answers as an adult. And I looked for those answers till I got into Ifa because I just felt, you know what? If I wasn't getting answers outside of my race, outside of my people, then maybe I should go back to my people to ask these questions. And this is where we are. So I'm sure that that little girl is speaking the mind of so many of us, of 80% of us. Whether you are grown or you are young, you might have crossed that stage, but you were at that point you were there at some point in your life. And somehow, even till today, none of those questions have still been answered. Because if there were answers, I will find them on her page. She keeps posting these things and we don't get any. In fact, today, the one she posted yesterday, asking for people, responding to people that said, you better go and look for God. Your parents should caution you Somebody was in the comment section saying, I hope when you grow up and you realize what you are doing, God will be able to forgive you. I hope it will not be too late. What are the questions? Oh, you are just joining. I would answer them one by one. So her first experience was God betrayed her. And why did she say God betrayed her? Because they presented her a picture of God that says, whatever you ask, you will get. Whenever you knock, it will be opened. Whatever you seek, you will find. Even before you ask, God will do it for her. But here was a girl who was out of school for 1.5 years because her parents could not afford the school fees. Yet throughout that year, she said they did not miss church for a single day. Whether it poured rain or brimstone or fire, they were in church, observing every activity. She's just an 11-year-old. At least what they taught us in church, they are children of some certain age that if anything happens today, they will not be held responsible. She's a child. So if she needed something as simple as school fees, as simple as food, she said during that period, there were times when they went home and there was either nothing to eat or they went home to cold, tiny sized food. So when you tell a child of that age that God is love, and this is her experience, and she's supposed to continue to gaslight herself into adulthood believing these things, it is traumatizing. It is mentally damaging, and that's what she said. Now, let's take a back step. Do we believe in a fact that there is a divine and supreme being? Yes. Is their name God? No, is Olodumare, but it is still the divine and supreme being. So at least we have that in common. Right. Now, do we believe that the divine and supreme being is about to do something for you? Is about to give you food and give you money and give you light and give you water? No. So whoever it is that sold someone the idea that there is a God in heaven who you ask and he gives you things, sold her a lie. And that person cannot in a million years defend it. They cannot. That's why they are not out there answering, because that video went viral. If it was something about marriage and submission, you would have seen all of your pastors and Jews and brother in the Lord carrying certain ring light, talking about in chapter 4, verse 4, the Bible says nobody sets ring light for that question. And it was not just a one out of the blues. She has kept on pushing out that content. Nobody has still not said anything aside from make her feel like she's heading to hell because she's hearing what they are also going through and they cannot share. So you see, the first question I'm going to answer, Soma, is this. God is not responsible to give you clothes, to give you food, to give you anything you want. God is not a button that people press and say, like you have, what's that thing called in the stores that you have, that you drop a coin into, the vending machine. God is not a vending machine. The divine and supreme being is not a vending machine that you just drop in your prayers, 3 coins of prayers, and blah, 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 it rolls down some miracle. No. So whoever it is that sold that to you was the one that misled you, that gave you an expectation that is not real. And I apologize on behalf of those adults who sold you that lie, because it's not true. So how then do we get blessings? So Ifa tells us that everything we need in this life was already here before we came. That is why in Yoruba, when we pray, because she said something, she said, they told her that God gives her everything. And even before she asked at times, God would already give. He knows the desires of our heart. And even before we ask, he gives to us. And they say things like, at least God made rain. Somebody was in a comment section saying, you are just an ungrateful child. You have roof over your head. You have food to eat. You have clothes to wear. That is God. That is not God. That is her parents. Because the day that they were praying for school fees and they did not have, where was God? The day that they went to bed hungry, where was God? Why would a little child? So that has got nothing to do with God. Recently, Otedola's daughter got married. Look at the wedding he gave to Isha. Did you listen to that man's speech? You should go listen to it. He said he's been shopping. They've been poaching houses to him. in Dubai. A real estate person has for years been trying to sell him property in Dubai. Femi Otedola said he didn't buy. But then he now went to look at this property, and Temi, the bride of the year, told her daddy, Daddy, don't you think my wedding will look nice here? Her father bought the house because the daughter said, don't you think my wedding will look nice here? That was the first property. A few months or few years, I don't know how long down the line, somebody shows the man another property and says, and she called his daughter. They always do property viewing together. And he calls Timmy, look at this property. And she said, I think my after party will look nice here. Her father bought it. Exactly. She did not pray. There was no prayer involved. They come from money in that family. What they are living today is a product of the choices of their great grandparents, their grandparents, their parents, and themselves. Yes. So if there are children all over the world that are hungry, that are starving, that are going through stuff in third world countries, it's not because God is not answering their prayer, because trust me, people are praying in those countries. It is the choices of certain people that is producing that experience. Two presidents of nations decide to fight and throw bomb, and it messes up an entire country. And the children are just left there to suffer, to go through all sorts of things. And somebody is saying that I prayed and God did not answer. God is not responsible for that. So you need to understand that all of that expectation, just like she said, the picture they sold to her about God, they haven't, her experience of God has not been able to match it, because, girl, they sold you a lie. There is no such thing as that. I was watching a video on TikTok. Somebody looked outside the window. It was raining. She looked outside the window and she said, God, if you are there, let the thunder come out. God, if you are there, let the thunder come out. Then she said, I guess it's not there. Then 2 seconds later, thunder came out. Girlfriend, is raining. That's what happens when it rains. And then she posted it and people were like, God just wanted to, are you being serious right now? The last time that it rained, what special prayer did you pray? Why? Every little opportunity that we get to just make religion make sense, we jump at it. And as adults, we gaslight ourselves. Does it even make sense? Why are you doing that to yourself? You are way more intelligent than that. The things that are natural, let's call them natural. There's no point. So, Soma, that's the first thing they did wrong to you. They lied to you about the identity of God. They lied to you about the responsibilities of God. They gave credit of so many things that had got nothing to do with the divine and supreme being. They gave that credit to the divine and supreme being. And in children's church, just like they taught you, they taught every one of us. And trust me, you are not the only one. I felt like that when I was your age. So welcome to real life. And I'm grateful that you're speaking out. YouTube, what did the person say? Oh, okay, all right. We all did. The person in the studio said he too. So God is not a vending machine that gives you all of the good stuff that you want. God is not responsible for the fact that your parents cannot afford something at this time. God is not responsible for that. The moment you were born, with or without God, certain things about your life journey has been set in motion. When some parents wait after they get married and say, we have agreed not to have children until we are able to set in place some certain, things in our life. Yes, that is your parents planning and thinking about you. Really. Now, am I saying that in the affairs of life, the divine and supreme being is not involved? No. 100%. The divine and supreme being, they are involved in the affairs of life, but not in the sense that religion would have you have it. Now, let's go to this thing I think was her second question. She talked about how a prophet has She used the word manipulated. Then she later changed it to brainwashed her mother into a certain type of life. So, according to her, the mother had this prophet that, prays for her and blah, blah, blah. And the prophet would tell her, she can get anything from God. If it is the will of God, it will come. You don't even have to lift a finger. God will go through the mountains, excuse me, and go through the valleys and break up so many things just to show up for you. You will get the job that you did not even apply for. And I love the fact that she said, as much as that is possible, she's not saying that that cannot happen, because we have seen it happen real life. Things just happen out of the blues. We have seen it. But is that regular everyday life experience of every Christian and Muslim and religious person? No. Is that the regular everyday experience of human life? No, it is not. So if that is what they sold to you, that God can come through any situation, they are selling a 1 out of 1,000 experience to you. Will it ever happen to you? Maybe not. If it happens to you, will it happen more than once in your life? Just maybe once. But does it happen? Yes. But the statistics is not enough for you to sell a propaganda. It is not. Does rain fall in a desert? Maybe once in a while. Do you sell a desert as a rainy place just because it rained once? No. Have people felt snow? Have you heard, those of you who are Nigerians, have you heard that there was a time that they experienced snow in Jos, Plateau State in Jos? Please, if you're in Nigeria or you've heard it, please, can you drop a comment in the comment section? Because I heard it in the news or in history that there was a time that the people in Jos, Plateau State, they experienced snow, snowflakes here and there. Please, I can't be the only one that has heard this. Yes, it rained ice too. Now, would you describe Plateau State in Nigeria as a winter country? Would you describe it as a snow country just because of that experience? No, no, you will not describe it. You will not sell holiday in Jos Plateau as, oh, come to a place where we experience snow. Would you say that it is the same experience as you have in Ontario or in Toronto or in New Jersey? No, it is not. It is not. So the fact that some things can happen once in a while, you don't go about labeling that thing as this is a regular everyday experience if you just have faith, if you believe. And that is why religion needs a lot of staging to keep up with the expectations that they've sold to people, because it is really not necessary. When they have to stage miracles, this is the reason they have to. Not because God does not perform miracles, but because miracles is not everyday life experience. But when you have sold one thing that will happen 1 in 10,000 times, how do you cover for the 9,999? You have to stage it. You have to gaslight people into it. So yes, like every other person, are miracles real? I am a living witness that real life miracles are real. And I experienced them when I was in church. And I cannot deny that, because the divine and supreme being, these things happen, whether you are atheist or you are religious. Once in a while, experiences that goes beyond human explanations, they happen. But it's got nothing to do with your faith. It's got nothing to do with your faithfulness, with the church you attend, with the sermons you receive. They are just everyday life occurrences that will happen once in a while. Now, having established that, the pastor that sold that, prophet that sold the idea to her mom that she doesn't have to apply for a job, she's going to get a job. She did not get the job. And her daughter was out of school for 1.5 years. And who was responsible? As far as she's concerned, it was God. But I think we can't entirely blame that on God. Let's blame that on the adults that have refused to take responsibility and be accountable and have sense. So this is to every parent out there. I'm not asking you to go to church and send your children to the mosque. I'm not asking you to practice Christianity and send your children to Ifa. I'm not asking you to practice Ifa and send your children to the church. I'm saying have conversation with your children. Let them know that your choice of religion is based on what you know. And as far as you are concerned, it is not absolute. Let's create an enabling environment for them to ask questions when they read something in the Bible, when they read something in the Quran that is not making sense. Let them be able to ask, just like you allow your children. Now, children are being taught to be expressive. Children are being taught to be expressive. Let them also be expressive when it comes to religion. They are not going to go to hell just because they are asking questions about God. Stop it already. Let them be able to ask. In their asking, be sincere with them as you share your own experiences. If you don't understand those things, tell your children you don't understand too, so that they have it behind their mind that they are still seeking answers, so that you just don't block that part of their brain to become the adults that you are and the ones that your parents and your grandparents were. You think the wealth that Otedola displayed during his daughter's weddings, because I heard there were 3 of them. You think that thing came from prayer? Are they a religious family? Yes. But you think all of that came from prayer? No, it didn't come from prayer. So why are you selling that idea to your children that? Now, let's move to the next thing. So, first of all, let me establish this. There is no such thing in this life as God and the devil. It does not exist. It does not exist. It does not exist. There is nothing in this life called there is a God that gives you good things and there is a devil that brings bad things. And if you run to God, he will save you from the bad things. And it doesn't even make sense. First of all, it is the most insulting and belittling concept to tie around a divine and supreme being. It is insulting to define God and say that he or she or they or them are in a competition with something called devil, when you are also selling the narrative that God created everything, he rules and he dominates over everything. So he mistakenly created this one concept called devil, called Satan, that he obviously cannot control right now. You just went out of control, because trust me, that couldn't have been the original plan. You think God's original plan was to create a devil that is going to back to back be stressing him like this? No. So what are you now? How do you even describe almighty, all-knowing, all-powerful as some being that created one devil that is literally out of control now, and he's coming to you to say, you see, my children, everything in life is okay, but you see this one enemy, arch enemy, that's what it's called. We are fighting this enemy together. Fall down and die. Every plan of the devil, we bind it. We constantly, you are fighting it. You have the spirit of God in you. Because people that were in Summer's comment section this morning, when she says those that told her to go and look for God, where is God? They said he lives in you. Christ in me, the hope of glory. So all of you carry Christ inside you. All of you carry God inside you. Then collectively you are fighting one devil. At some point, are you not supposed to go back and ask God, pay a just sir? Ẹ̀yin lẹ dá kínní, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? This is your work. You are the one that caused this one. Can you go and fix it? Because we don't understand. You cannot go back to God and ask God, excuse me, what happened? You made the devil, you created everything. Take care of this dude. Like, it's not funny anymore. It's not funny anymore. Take care of this person. But no, we need more power of God. Let's join forces together. More and more people will pray. Everything that comes from the devil, poverty, violence, stealing, bad weather, bad governance, all of these things that you are all fighting. it is the devil. And it is disturbing your life. And God created the devil. And God cannot fix the devil. And you think you are the one that is going to fix the devil. No, church will tell you Christ has already overcome him. If he has overcome him, then we should not be talking about the devil right now. We should not be, it should not be a concept. Everything that came with the devil should have just gone away with him when he was defeated. How do you defeat somebody and then you still have to deal with the person the next day? Because you are having to deal with the devil every day. News flash. You see this war between God and the devil. The devil is still going to win the war. That's the part that off me finally in the conversation. Because the day that I read in the Bible that the number of people that will go to hell will 1 million times outnumber the people that are going to heaven. Mowa will pay. We don't stand a chance, man. We don't stand. Me, for one, I don't stand a chance because I'm stubborn. There is no way I will not sin. I'm stubborn. If you talk to me, I will talk back in those years. I know how to me. If you are stupid, I will remind you how stupid you are. There are so many things. I just, there was no chance for me. So I just felt, maybe we are going to be plenty. Because at the end of the day, that's the way it is. Look at what Summer mentioned. She said God. Someone said only 144K people were in there. She said, when it comes to the concept of sin, she said a lot of things. She talked about the concept of sin. But before we go to that, let's establish this God and Satan thing. There is no Satan. So, okay, Yanifa, if there is no Satan, then are you saying that it's God that created all these bad things? So, if God is that loving, why did he create God? I did not tell you that God is loving you. I did not tell you that God is kind. I did not tell you that God. Are you saying Olodumare is weak? I did not say that either. I said the divine and supreme being is a representation of balance. 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 Have you seen a scale before? Balance. The two sides of it is balance. That is what Olodumare is. The divine and supreme being is balance. Have you ever seen a judge before? To some people, they will say a judge is good. To some people, they will say a judge is bad. It depends on which verdict is given to your loved ones and your family members. It's a balance. This life, Olodumare created this life. You see this life, it is what it is. It is just what it is. Don't let anybody lie to you that there is a good side of life where you can go to when you become born again. You are there right now. You are still experiencing the same thing. The most holy, the most prayerful, the most committed Christians are still experiencing the same thing. People are experiencing hunger in the world, both Christian and non-Christian, both religious and non-religious. If Nigeria passes a bill today that doesn't favor entrepreneurs, both Christian entrepreneurs and non-religious and atheists, everybody is experiencing life. I keep saying it, especially to Christians, especially to religious people. Can you raise up your hand and tell me that there is one experience of life that is totally unique to your own religion alone? And can you tell me that there is one negative experience of life that your religion will save you from and no other religion can save their own people from? I'm waiting for the person that is going to answer this. I need a Christian to come to me and tell me this is what Christianity gives that you cannot get anywhere. And please do not tell me that you get salvation from sin, because I'm about to get into that. Don't tell me when you become born again, when you come to Allah, when you become a Muslim, you just experience this peace of mind. Who told you that we don't have peace of mind? Who told you that we don't have peace of mind? Who told you that an atheist does not have peace of mind in his house? God will protect you. God will bless you. Everybody experiences these things every day. So it's got nothing to do with your religion. That has got nothing to. So stop selling people this idea that there can be an experience in life that is just all wonderful, all excellent because you come into this side. No, neither in Ifa. There is no Ifa priest or priestess who will stand and tell you, the moment you come to Ifa, you do your Itefa, you start to walk in the way of Ifa, life just gets beautiful for you. Excuse me, you don't have any challenges again. We don't sell that. We don't sell that unrealistic expectation here. We don't. We have saved you and us. We don't. You've had the most, someone said, I've had the most peace of mind turning back to Ifa. We don't sell you those expectations. So, Ianifa, what you're saying is that even if I come to Ifa, I will still be experiencing challenges. Yes, because you are still alive. Because you are still in this world. Because you still exist in this universe. You will still face challenges. I'm still facing my own. It's balance. It's life. So what is Ifa now selling to us if he cannot give me anything different from Christianity? Here is what Ifa is selling to you. Ifa is selling you knowledge, the truth, knowledge on how to play this life in a way that as much as it is humanly possible, you get the best out of life per time. Ifa is selling you knowledge that even if you face challenges of life, you know how to walk your way through it. That is what Ifa is selling to you that you cannot find anywhere else. Ifa says this life has a manual. Whoever it is that produced this life and the human beings in it, it came with a manual, an instruction guide. And Ifa says, I will give you that manual so that the next time you are fixing it, you will know that red and blue don't go together so that you will not experience a spark. Because most of the times when you experience these negativities, that is the spark, the electric shock, is because you do not know what and what to put together. The road is bumpy. From when you drive from my house to the school or to the airport, the road is bumpy. Ifa does not tell you that the road is not bumpy. But Ifa gives you a map and a GPS that says there is a bump ahead, slow down. Children are crossing, slow down. This is the best time to go out. There will be traffic on that road, so leave at 10 a.m. That does not change the fact that the road is bumpy and there could be traffic. But what? You have better understanding of how to navigate that road. Religion tells you that you see that road is bumpy, but the moment you become a Christian, God just goes before you and makes the road straight. Then when you get to the road and you do gaga gaga, you enter into bump. They now tell you, you did not have enough faith. If you have had enough faith, you will have seen the Holy Spirit in front of you holding your hand. Jude, I didn't see nothing. You said he has fixed it. And I decided to go. You did not tell me that it will still be there. And when it's there, some unseen Holy Spirit is going to. What does it look like? When it comes to you, you will know. Wow. I don't even know what it looks like. Nobody even know what it looks like. But when it comes to me, I will know. So the day somebody else pretends to be him and takes me on the line to another place, and then you fall into the hole, then you cry out again. They will say, who did you follow? I saw the person and I thought it was him. He was dressed like him. He looked like him, was wearing, that's the devil. He's the deceiver. Why didn't you people tell me all of these things? You told me he will make the way straight. So instead of lying to me about it, sit me down and tell me, see, he's not going to make the way straight. The bumps are still going to be there, but he can guide you into making the way, into avoiding it. That's what they sold to that 11-year-old that got her heartbroken, that made her feel betrayed. That's what they sold to every one of us, that made us feel betrayed too. This conversation is not about one religion is good, another religion is bad. This conversation is about the lies they told to you and the ones you told to yourself. Now, I say this every time. Everybody, every color, every race, every tribe has divinity and spirituality in it. The Israelites do, the The Pakistans do, the Ghanaians do, Nigerians do, South Africans do, Canadians do, Australians do. Every group of people, divinity expresses itself or himself or themselves to them, and it is their own spirituality. So this is not me saying that there is no form of spirituality at all in Christianity. The people on whom that story was built, they have their own expression of God, the divine and supreme being related with them, and we cannot rule that out. But what we are ruling out is the lies that the people that came to sell it to you packaged it with so that you can buy it. Because they had to tell you something that is different from what you are experiencing right now, that is different from what you are practicing right now, that is better, in quote, than what you are practicing right now, before you could buy the idea. Please keep tapping on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing, and keep your gift coming in so that the algorithm can continue to push this live streaming, because trust me, a lot of more people need to hear this. Those lies that they sold to you is what we are trying to unpack right now. We are not saying spirituality does not exist in whatever the Jews and the Israelites practice. I cannot say the divine and supreme being did not show himself or express himself to. I can't say that. That will not make sense. But we are saying that the rest of that nonsense they sold, they are all lies. So there is no God and devil that is fighting over people's life. That is, this one will bring good, then this one will come and bring evil. Let's even break it down. I've done this before. Please turn that on. For those of you that have been following me, in bits and pieces, let's put together the story of the devil. So God made Lucifer, right? It started from Lucifer. It's so high. It started from Lucifer, right? Can you go back a bit? And can it rotate? Can you rotate? So the story started from Lucifer that was created in heaven, right? Yeah. Lucifer was created, and he was the morning star, and he sang so beautifully and so wonderfully. And then one day, Jude woke up and said, all these things that God is doing, which I can do it. He has studied everything that God is doing, and he started to campaign to the other angels one by one, one by one, one by one. And he was able to convince 1/3 of the angels that God created for himself to worship him and to praise him. Now let's pause there. When you gang up against somebody and you plot a coup against somebody and you convince other people against somebody, in 2025, according to the definition of sin, is that a sin or not? Please, I need answers in the comment section. When you create an angel to worship you and to praise you, and that angel decides to overthrow you, to create a coup, to convince other angels against you, as the definition that you have been given about sin from the day you knew it to today, is it a sin or not? I need comments. I need to know if it is a sin. Is it a sin? Is it a wrong thing to do, or is just natural everyday thing that people should do and get patted on the back? Ola said it's a sin. Is it only Ola that is here? Who else again? Yeah, yes, it is a sin. Any other person again? Is it wrong? Is it a sin? Ola is not the only person on this live stream, you know. It's a sin. Okay. The person on YouTube, thank you. What's the person's name? What's the person's name, please? That's YouTube something. Okay, Wahid. Wahid. Yeah. Thank you very much for that answer. Yes, it is a sin. It is, right? It's a sin. So we have established that what I'm more worried about who told the story. It's not a story. We read it in the Bible. We read it in a Bible. We read it in the Bible. It's also an act of betrayal. Okay, so it's not me. I'm not telling the story. I read it in the Bible. If you missed the part where I said, based on what they say sin is, okay, it's a sin. So we have established the fact that Lucifer committed a sin in heaven. In heaven. In heaven. And he convinced 1/3, 33%, to also join in that his sin campaign. So that means that even the heaven that God created for himself, it is possible for sin to exist there. It existed once, it could fucking exist every time. Excuse my French. It existed once, it could continue to exist. And don't tell me that the moment God sent Lucifer and his angels out of there, sin just stopped existing. No, it didn't stop existing. Do you know why? Because whatever he did with Lucifer right now, if he could not complete the work and deal with Jude once and for all, then I'm not convinced that he ended the work of sin in heaven too. I'm not convinced. Going by what I can see. So fast forward on that story. Lucifer was cast out and he became Satan, and his angels became demons, and he was cast into hell. I guess that was when hell was created. We don't know. But he was cast out of heaven. And God continued with 33%, 66%, maybe created more angels, got somebody else to lead his choir team and that. And then he decided to make human beings, right? So he came and made Adam and every other thing, and saw that Adam should not be alone, and he made Eve, and they were, living happily ever after, except that it did not last forever after. Then the devil shows up again. Lucifer shows up again. Dude said, Kojo, I said I'm coming for you, and I'm real coming for you. Don't get too comfortable. I don't think they thought it through before they made that. You see, Mr. Mike, you know what? They thought it through. But you know what they forget? They forget that there is nothing human beings put together that will not have flaws, because we are flawed people. So no matter how wonderful that idea is that you are cooking together and you tie every loose end, you are flawed. Somebody will look at it and see the flaw, because that is what we are as people. So you see, for every religious person, emphasis on Christianity here, because that's where I grew up. That is where I have more knowledge. I'm studying a bit of Islam. I don't have that much knowledge in Islam, so I cannot say so much. But if they had sold spirituality the way it is, we would not have found flaws. But because it's human beings that conjure it, that is why it is being questioned every time. And I wish every religious person can see this. If it is divine and supreme, you will not flaw it. You will not find flaws, because there's something about the divine and supreme being that spells excellence at the peak that you can get it. So trust me, they thought it through, but they did not just remember that over the centuries, people will think. My brother says something to me. He said, when you are doing or saying anything, remember that other people are thinking. Other people are thinking deeper than you are, in ways that you are not thinking. And then Christianity will tell them, the ways of God are not our ways. You cannot interpret the things of God from a natural mind. If I cannot interpret it from a natural mind, how am I supposed to accept it? I have a natural mind. So if I cannot interpret it from a natural mind, it means that I cannot accept it from a natural mind. So don't sell it to me. If there is a limitation for me understanding and expressing it, why are you selling it to me? If it is beyond my pay grade, why are you telling me to do it? So let's go back to that super story. They say this generation is overthinking. It is not this generation that is overthinking. Every generation has always thought. But do you know the difference between this generation and previous generations is because when you were thinking in the previous generation, you thought you are the only one. So you are scared to come up with it because you think you are the only one that will be found questioning God. But we are in a generation where I can know what somebody in China is thinking because it's on social media. I can know what somebody in Abuja is thinking because it's on social media. Then I realize, oh, so I'm not the only one that is thinking like this. Now that an 11-year-old said it in that video we played, parents that are here will realize that it is possible your children are also thinking about this, but they are not talking because you have not created an enabling environment for them to speak. So it is not this generation that is overthinking. Our forefathers were not dumb. They were not slow thinkers. They were not retarded. And they had this experience. But the environment was not created for them to speak. So let's continue that story. But before then, somebody said something, John chapter 4, verse 16 says, 4 verse 6, in life you shall have tribulation. Be of good cheer, I have overcome the world. They have not overcome the world. There will be tribulations, yes. Be of good cheer, I have overcome. How has he overcome? Why are you not experiencing that I have overcome? Somebody says, go outside, it might rain, but be of good cheer. I will bring umbrella over your head. And you have walked out from your house, you have reached your destination. You do not see umbrella. I need us to tell ourselves, how are they overcoming the world? How did he overcome the world? Let him start by first of all overcoming the devil, and let's forget him. There are tribulations. Who brings the tribulations? Satan. Why is he still an issue? Anyway, let's continue. So he says that then they created Adam and Eve. And God told them, eat everything except this tree. Why was the tree there? Why did he create that tree? Why was the tree there? Why did he create that tree? Jude is playing with us. Why do we have that tree? That tree was there so that he will look at us and see if we are going to fall into our own destruction. Excuse me, Adam did not even know anything. No. This Adam did not know any. They created Adam as an adult. Oh. He did not even have the experience of life to say he has lived 44 years to understand. Adam was born and he was assuming age 30 the day he was born. Why was that tree there? Just exactly the same thing that someone said in that video. She said she thinks that God is just a sadist. He put something there that he knows is going to make you fall. And then you try your best, but you still fall because you are a human being that is created imperfect. And then he charges you for falling. Dude, you put that thing there in the first place. When are you going to take responsibility for that? I didn't ask for no tree of life and good and whatever. I didn't ask for it. What benefits would he have made? Now, listen. They said if they ate the fruit, what will happen? He said if they ate the fruit, their eyes will open and then they will die. Please, somebody needs to tell me what he says about that. I've answered your question. The person that is promoting John chapter 14, verse 6. The tree in the garden, he said when they eat it, what will happen? Please help me pull up that verse from, I need to quote it word for word. That tree in the garden, what did he say was going to happen when they eat it? Please, I want to make sure that I'm saying the exact words. Be of good cheer, I've overcome. Overcome what? Let's start by, did you overcome the devil for real? Because if you overcome something, you have victory over something, that thing is no longer showing up. Be of good cheer, I've overcome the world. So why are we still facing all of these things? If you overcome something, then it should not be, then there shouldn't even be tribulations in the first place because you have overcome it. The world, what's the world? Can we break that down? Because the last time I checked, the world might be the globe and the world might be Aye, the village people in my language. So what is the world that they are talking about here? We are in this class, we break things down to the smallest. Maybe God does not care about the mathematical difficulty he integrated empirically. Please look for that verse that says if they eat the fruit, just Google it or go to ChatGPT. What part says they should not eat the tree? Pull it up for me. Please, those of you that are there, if you still have Bible, I need to find that verse that says that if they ate the tree, their eyes will be open, something will happen to them. Oh yeah, now Babalawo, you have forgotten Bible. Now that you have not forgot to Google, ask. I need to make sure that I'm saying the exact words. People in the comment section at the other side, go to your phone now and check, or carry your Bible. I know you still have Bible. There's no need pretending as if you don't have. He told Adam, if you eat, your eyes will be open and you would unlive. And Adam never shared with Eve. Okay. Adam never told Eve. Okay. Bring it. Bring it here. How can you tell me you didn't see it? Where is it? Where did you open it? And the Lord commanded the man, saying, of every tree in the garden thou may eat freely, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest, therefore thou shalt surely what? Okay. He shall surely be unlived. That's what he said. Now let's think about it. If he had not eaten that fruit, it meant that he will not what? His life will not end. So if Adam has not eaten that fruit, Adam's physical body will continue to live forever. Is that what it means? Because whether you eat the fruit or not, your spirit does not unlive. You will still go somewhere. The spirit did not, it did not. So except if that verse of the Bible is telling us that if Adam did not eat the tree, this physical body will not end, because the spirit does not end. Even the Bible tells us that after this life, some spirits will go to hell, some will go to heaven and live there forever. You are going to live forever before. It is where you are going to live according to them that differs. So that was an untrue statement. For the definition of DIE, it means to end the existence of something. The only thing that ends in existence is this physical body. So that means Christians believe that if Adam did not eat that tree, this physical body will never end. People will just continue to give birth to more and more children, and the whole earth will just be filled with people. Because at the end of the day, the spirit does not unlive. The spirit does not get to end. It is going somewhere. Everybody's spirit, now that they've eaten out of the fruit, is either heaven or hell. So what exactly did it mean by it will not DIE? What exactly did he mean by that? Go and think about it. So he told Adam that, and I don't understand why he puts that tree there. So like he always does, he puts something in there and tells you not to go around it. He put it there. He tells you he would have been immortal, maybe. We are still immortal. That's what I'm explaining to you. The person you are, Adam is not that flesh. He made that flesh. That flesh was not Adam. It became Adam the day he put spirit inside Adam. And that spirit is immortal. That is what spirit is by default. Spirit is immortal. So it is not the tree that they ate that made, whether they ate that tree or not, the spirit, according to that story, God breathed his own spirit into Adam. Except you are telling me that that spirit that God breathed into Adam has the capacity to unlive. Let's think about these things. People are still immortal because when they leave this body, their spirit continues in a journey forever. Forever. That is what immortal is called. Except you are telling me that you are supposed to exist in this body forever. Now, imagine a life of somebody that says, be fruitful and multiply. And his initial plan was that you will multiply and nobody will ever leave this physical body. What's the definition of population explosion? Exactly what we just said right there. So I'm still waiting for someone to explain to me what would have happened if Adam did not eat that, if Adam and Eve did not eat that fruit. So what does die mean, Gongo? So DIE, it does not mean anything in human life. If there is anything, anywhere that it exists, it means that your physical body ends. The existence of your physical body ends. That is why when they put on a certificate, you know, the other side, that on leave certificate, that certificate that they give when someone was born is birth certificate. The other one, the certificate of when somebody on leave, talks about when the physical body does not exist anymore. It's not about the spirit, because if this physical body does not exist and you believe that the spirit is going to hell and hell, heaven and hell for eternity, that means the spirit does not unlive. So that means that word does not exist with spirit. It exists with the body. It's the body that started on a day and ended on a day. Spirits did not start on one day and ended on one day. So they need to explain that part to us. Well, let's continue. So Adam ate the fruit, right? And then when he ate the fruit, his eyes became open. The knowledge of good and evil. He now realized that there is good and evil. So, excuse me. He says the tree is the knowledge of good and evil. That means there was an existence of good and evil. Before Adam knew it, it existed. He did not just have the knowledge of it at that time, but it existed. Who created it? Did God sit down and call the devil together and both of them co-created evil and good? Ifa did not. What does Ifa say about Genesis creation? Is not true. It's not true. It never happened that way. It is totally false. There's nothing like Genesis creation. Someday, very soon, I will post a video on my YouTube channel talking about what creation is according to Ifa. But we're not going into creation right now. So the knowledge of good and evil was what that tree was supposed to give. It was supposed to give the knowledge of it. It was not supposed to create good and evil. So eating that tree was not what created good and evil. It just made them to have the knowledge of it. If they say, I have knowledge of science, it means that science has existed. I don't get the knowledge of something that didn't exist. So that tree was planted there, maybe before Adam was born, I guess. Adam was the last thing that God created, right? So all of the trees were there already before Adam was made. So the knowledge, the tree that gives access to the knowledge of good and evil was there. Good and evil was already there. So except they are telling us that God called Lucifer again and said, now let's work together. You see this earth we are going to create, there's going to be good and evil. So let me be the good guy, I'll be the good cop, I will create the good. You be the bad cop and create evil. Except for that, God created good and evil. You're welcome. So you see, that is the spirituality that is in that religion called Christianity. Is the spirituality we are bringing out. Oh, we are removing the different layers of religion. The spirituality that is there is what we just found, which says that the divine and supreme being orchestrated both this and that, what and opposite, good and evil. Remove all the lies they told you. That's what it is. We have established that. So he came to tempt. So Lucifer came into the garden to tempt Adam because he wanted Adam to disobey God. The same thing that he tried to do in heaven, he came again to try to do it. And at that point, you didn't think that if you are a person, at that point, you are the one that created Lucifer. You have the power over everything. He messed with you when you were in heaven. You looked at him like, let me give you first warning, last warning. You threw him out. He came again to mess with you the second time. Please, what should you have done? Bible scholars, I need people that, Bible scholars are people that have sense. Sha. Please answer that question. What would you have done if it was you? We have not created anybody, but we employ people. Imagine you employed somebody and the person came to mess up with you the first time. Try to plot all your good stuff against you and convince them, and you painfully had to let them go. Because trust me, it's not a good thing that anybody should experience. It must have pained God himself. Somebody said you give him a second warning. Okay. A second warning. Okay. So you have a company that you have built from scratch. Every idea you put it together and you have built it to this beautiful multinational company. One of the people that you employed, that you trained, giving him a good job, he decided to take 33% of your staff away. You painfully let them go. Then you decided to go and open another branch in another country. Dude showed up again to convince the main person that you made, like, you are the one that is going to head this branch. You will warn him again the second time. Then that probably means you don't value your dreams. You don't value your, maybe you do not even work for that company. Maybe somebody just gave you. But even if somebody gives you that, something that magnificent, you would have at least, at that time, if it's possible for you to, those words cannot come out on TikTok. Whatever it is, you will get rid of the guy completely once and for all. Like a little ant, you will squeeze him like this. You are sure that there is nothing there. It is a coup and it's unforgivable. The penalty can be exactly. But God still did not do that. He still did not do that. Do you know what he did this time around? He now went after Adam and said, I warned you not to do something and you did it. Excuse me, why are we not talking about the two of you? You are the one that put this thing there. He was the one that came. You people have had your quanta before me. Don't bring me into the picture. You people cannot use me as an excuse. You people should face each other. You are the one. You are the one that did this thing now. Adam said, oh, I'm innocent. It is the woman that came to give it to me. And the woman said, oh, it's the serpent that deceived me. Then God now put, what's it called? God gave all of them punishment. Adam, you will till the ground in hard labor. You will not have soft life again. In short, you will struggle and hustle. Eve, when you are going to have children, you will struggle, and you go through pain, and your desire will be to your husband. You'll be subjected to your husband and kinikon. Then Lucifer, the son of kinikon, what's that thing? The something shall bruise the head, the kinikon shall bruise the head of the serpent. The son of man shall bruise the head of the serpent, or something like that. That was what he said to the serpent. At that point, if I'm the one that is watching that movie, I will be saying that there's something. Satan's got something on God. He has something on him, because if he doesn't have something on him, we cannot continue to do like that. Maybe serpent used to work, because he said he continue to crawl on his belly. If you are watching that movie in 2025, you will say, this guy has something. This Lucifer guy has something on God, because he has the ability to just wipe this dude out of existence once and for all. But no, you go after human being. You go after Adam. Not only Adam, you now go after everything that will come out of that precious creation that you made. Make it make sense. How does that even justify anything? Punishing Adam and Eve for what they were programmed to be. How does that even say anything? How does that even make sense? Adam and Eve is the one that ate it. If they disobeyed, true. Punish them, both of them, not their unborn children, to every generation that can ever be. But you could not vent that. God had so much anger to vent on billions of people that are yet unborn. We're almost like 8 billion. Think about how many billions have come. 8 billion as of today that we exist here right now. Think about how many other billions have come. His anger went like that. Yet he could not pack all of that anger and just vent it on Lucifer once and for all and just end the guy. Now, Adam was driven out of the temple, out of the garden and all of that thing. And then people will now say the original sin. We are now, we as men and women that are supposed to have sense, we will now be fighting. It was women that created sin. If not because of Eve, we would not be in this situation. Sin, we established that it has existed in heaven before Eve. If there was anybody that originated sin, it was Lucifer, according to that story in heaven. If that story is anything to go by, he was still the one that came to lie to that sin. When Lucifer was lying to Eve, what was that? What was it called? When Lucifer said, "Don't mind him, you will not die. Your eyes will just be open. You will see things." Anyway, did he even lie to her? No, because she did not die. She did not die. Let's stop this thing. But whatever it is that Lucifer did to deceive them, Lucifer did it before Eve chose what to do. So Lucifer committed another sin again, lying to them, deceiving them before Eve made a decision to eat it. And yet they will tell you that is anyway, that's not the conversation. God programmed to behave that manner, and after he punished them, maybe God and Satan had a covenant to share power and both in the struggle. Something must have happened. They must have had a conversation that they are not recording. But we can't talk more about that conversation because we don't have record of it. At least the Bible, Holy Bible that is accepted now, the 66 books doesn't have record of that. So now everybody starts to happen in life. Now life is filled with struggles and this and that and that. So many things are happening. So many things are happening in this life. And then people are now trying to overcome the devil. They are trying to overcome sin. They are trying to overcome this, which the devil is the one that was responsible. Fast forward, God now looked at everybody on this earth. He looked at everything. I don't like the way these things are going on. I don't like the way people are just suffering. They are just going to hell. Devil is just dragging them. We have to save them. These people need to be saved. It even sounds ridiculous, but let's continue to say these people need to be saved. They need to be saved. And then he thought about, the only way these people can be saved is when there is a sacrifice. Somebody has to be the scapegoat to save these people. Then God now decided to duplicate himself, because according to you, Jesus is God. So God decided to duplicate himself and bring himself into this world to be born as a child and to be raised as a child from a virgin, to grow up. Herod tried to kill him. So many things. And then he grew up to 33 and a half years old. And then few minutes before, excuse me, you people have been saying that Jesus is God. Because that is the part that the 11-year-old girl we are referencing her video, that's the part that she doesn't understand. She doesn't understand how Jesus is God and he allows these things to happen. So they said Jesus is God, that for God, he shall be called Emmanuel, God with us. So he was God with us. So God literally descended and came to live among us. You are eating pepper. You better remove your AirPod or mute it. So he came to live among us, and then he did all that journey, did so many things. So many things. You see, when Jesus was born, according to what they told us in the Bible, there was no sign that he was God. In fact, you see that virgin birth that Christians so exalt. There was no way in Israel at that time they could have propagated a virgin birth, because nobody would have believed it. So as to cover up that story, Joseph had to take responsibility for that pregnancy. So if you think that virgin birth is what made people accepted Jesus, it's a lie. The people in that time would not have. Ajemi Posi, thank you so much for the gift. The people in that time and age will not have celebrated any virgin birth because it was totally fornication. It was categorized as fornication. He says in is it Luke? Is it the book of Luke or the book of John or Matthew? I think it's Matthew. It's Matthew chapter 1 from verse 17. They said, now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, But before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. I learned that I learned that entire chapter when I was 6 years old in primary two, and I can still read it out today. Can you imagine? So they said, but before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. They said Joseph, her husband, not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privately. He wasn't willing to make her a public example, a public disgrace, a public shame. Then he was minded to put her away privately. He decided to say, I'm the father of the child. Let's just marry. Let's quickly cover this thing up. So trust me, that virgin birth story was not a story in those days. It wasn't a proof of nothing. They couldn't even tell anybody about it. Do you get? The only people that knew was Mary and Joseph and maybe Elizabeth and a few people. A few people that they trusted that could not say it out, because if they said it out, she would have been shamed in every form that it came. So understand that. That virgin story you are telling, if it is true, except if it's Mary that wrote that part herself or Joseph, they couldn't have told any other person. It wasn't a thing of joy. It wasn't a thing of pride. Is that okay? The same way you have looked at a sister in church today getting pregnant out of wedlock, that's the way they looked at Mary. Don't even think that because they found that he was born of a virgin, they now knew that he was the child of. No, there's nobody that bought that story of the Holy Spirit impregnated her. Nobody bought it then. Nobody is buying it now. So tell yourself all you want to. Nobody bought that story. Joseph legit covered up. He didn't understand what was going on, if that story was anything to go by. So fast forward, he started growing. He was going everywhere. He was doing good things. He was opening the eyes of the blind. But excuse me, he wasn't the first person that opened the eyes of the blind, according to Israelite history. Even according to Bible history, there is nothing that Jesus did that somebody has not done before. There is nothing that he did while he walked on earth that nobody has ever done. Now, what does this tell you? That doesn't mean he didn't do those things, but that is to tell you that nobody accepted him as God while he was alive. They did not. He was not special. If he did exist, he was just like every other person. Which is why until today, the Israelites will not tell you that he's the Savior, he's the Messiah, and he's God. No. If he ever existed, he was just like so many other prophets that just came and did good stuff. So let's assume that he came and he did good stuff. It was good for him. So he kept on doing all of those things. He raised the eyes, he opened the eyes of the blind. People have been doing that. The lame walked. People has been doing that. He rose Lazarus up. Did you skip the part in the Old Testament when the widow's son was raised up? Was not the son of the widow? So all of those things could join anybody Loju in that sense. It was not anything again. Let's fast forward to when they said that. And let me tell you something. For those of you that read the Bible, you can Google it right now, ask ChatGPT. There was never anywhere in the record of the Bible that Jesus said he was God. There was never anywhere. The closest you would get, was when he said, I and my Father are one. And trust me, even husband and wife, they are one. So that doesn't make him God. Me and my husband are one. Does that mean I'm my husband and I've become a man that has male organs? Does that make my husband a woman that has womb? No. We are one means we're in accordance, we're in unison. A lot of us are one with God because the spirit that we carry is the spirit of God. Kò sí bàbàrà kankan ńbẹ̀. Kò sí bàbàrà kankan níbẹ̀. I and my Father are one. So many of us are one with our Father. And when he said, I and my Father are one, we don't even know if it was the Almighty God he was referring to or Joseph. Nobody knows. So I and my Father is one. That's the closest he ever came to the title that Christians has now forced on that character. He never said he was God. He never said it. Read the Bible. ChatGPT can go through your entire Bible for you in 2 seconds. Ask it. Was there anywhere that Jesus categorically said or implied that he is God? He kept on saying the Son of God. Are we not all sons of God? Are we not all children of God? Even in Ifa, he says, Nínú Ifa Ejiogbe, ó ní gbogbo irun orí àfin ewu, abuké ló rẹrù òrìṣà má sọ. Adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà nígbà tó fẹ́ lọ gbé ẹ̀mí ọmọ Olódùmarè níyàwó. Ẹ̀mí is spirit. That old Ifa describes spirit as the child of Olódùmarè. Ẹ̀mí ọmọ Olódùmarè, the spirit that exists in you is ọmọ Olódùmarè. So ọmọ Olódùmarè ń gbogbo wa, inú wa ló ń gbé. So there was no big deal about that one too. Let's continue. So he continued, and then there was crucifixion. Remember that the main aim they sent, that God sent him, was to come to this earth and save people from Satan again. Another attempt with this same Satan, Sha. We are still on this topic. So he sent him to come to this earth, and then he was supposed to be crucified. You see that part? Let's take a deep breath. Another human being was supposed to be crucified, to be sacrificed, to be unlived. Not just for him to sleep and not wake up again. Another human being was supposed to go through that gory experience, that inhuman. If you cannot imagine what it looks like, have you watched Passion of the Christ? Contrary to the way Passion of the Christ made all of you feel, Jesus Christ, let me come back to that. How many of you have seen the movie Passion of the Christ? How many of you have seen that movie, Passion of the Christ? I'm sure you have. Please drop a comment if you have. You too, have you seen it? You've seen the movie Passion of the Christ. Now, the day I watched that movie, Passion of the Christ, I know when you watch it when you were in church, it made you feel the pain that Jesus went through. It made you love God more. It made you feel a certain kind of way. And you were like, oh, can you imagine? Oh, my Lord Jesus Christ did this for me. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I did not feel that way. I was angry. I watched it when I was in, I must have been either is it SS class, or maybe I was in 100 level or something. Between that time, Sha, please help me check what year that movie was released. Around that time, when the movie came out, was when I watched it, less than 6 months after. I was angry. Confusion raged into anger. I couldn't cry. I was upset. They showed it in church. I was on my chair and I was like this. My mother was crying uncontrollably. I was angry. As we were walking back home, Mommy was just singing. My mom was singing, oh, how I love Jesus. I can't forget that day. Oh, how I love Jesus. Oh, how I love Jesus, because he first loved me. And her voice was breaking. She was looking at me like this, because I told you, I've been a very stubborn child, though. And she was looking at me like this. She was holding my hand and my brother's hand. Like 2004, I was in uni. Okay, I was in uni already. Okay, I was in uni. She was holding my brother's hand like this, and you could feel the vibration of the spirit flowing through her hand. I love my mother so much. At a point, Mommy, I just did my hand like this. Mommy said, what is it? Don't worry. He has taken the pain away. I said, Mommy, stop. Mommy, just stop it. Stop. Mommy said, what happened? I said, is it the same movie that we watched? Maybe not literally in those words. But like, what? Why? Why did he have to go through all of that? What? To do what? Why would somebody have to go through all of that? To die for our sins. Are you being serious right now? Ever since he went through that, people are still committing sin who are children of God. And we are still having to ask to confess our sins every day. He was beaten that way so that we can be, he said, by his stripes we were healed. I would expect that by default, somebody cannot go through all of that and then we still be sick and be asking God to heal us. I would expect by default, we will just have good health. I told my mom, I was angry. She didn't say anything, no. She couldn't say, because I'm sure she was torn between the emotions of how she felt and what is my daughter saying right now. I remember asking my anti-Catholic pastor friend what he thought about the movie. Probably the Bible Genesis was talking about Orunmila. The Bible Genesis was not talking about Orunmila. Orunmila is Orunmila. Don't validate African spirituality with Bible. Leave them with what they have. Israelite story, they cannot be talking about Orunmila, except somebody now stole and added into the Bible, which I don't have proof of. But that day, my mom was, till we got home, where we watched it was not far from. She didn't say nothing. As usual, I went to my talk to my dad. My dad was the only one I could have such conversations with. And I went to my dad. I'm like, I saw this movie. And I started describing. And you have to go and see mommy because she's crying uncontrollably. And I don't understand why she's crying. Let's even assume that movie was true. What was the point? Because I don't see it. I don't see what that person's life, that scene, I don't see what difference it makes here. Maybe in the heaven that they promise that nobody has gone to, because I've not reached there, so I cannot tell you whether it's true or not. But in this earth that we're all looking at, no, it doesn't add up. It does not add up that somebody will say he allowed his child to go through that so that what will happen? Because I still don't see what is happening right now. As a Christian, since the time you got born again, and he said, he says to save his people from their sins. What else did he say he did? He said, he shall have said you will overcome sin, Abi, something like that. Now, you have not overcome sin. You are still committing sin. And trust me, the kind of sin that will even take you to that hell faster is the sin of, Summer talked about it in her movie. I said in her movie. She talked about it in her video. God is a jealous God. God is a jealous God. And I'm created in the image of God. And I have the spirit of God. But when I exhibit jealousy, I'm a candidate of hell. I think we are going there together, sir, because you're also jealous. I'm just taking after you. Why should you do it? And you are my role model. It's you that I'm watching. So I've seen you get angry and literally, let's talk about all those stories of the children of Israel. God doesn't like people, and he tells the children of Israel to go there, enter them and clear them out, father, mother, children, and women, because he doesn't like them. And they talk about how Islam is a violent religion. Violence lives inside that Christianity story, that Bible story. They said, hey, Old Testament, everything has changed. It's not a story. God participated in every freaking verse of that Old Testament. Are you telling me that God changed? He got to a point that he realized that Old Testament is not the vibe that he has to go with. Then he confessed his sins to who? Then he changed. And then the next thing you hear is God. Nobody can question him. No, we are not questioning him, but we are following him. So the moment he's not happy with people, just enter them and go and wipe them out. Now, my husband and I were talking about something one day. Imagine that some people just wake up in one part of Nigeria today, say South people, and they said God told them that the Northerners are not doing the right thing and they should go and wipe them out. You will tell them, it's not God that told you. God cannot say you should go and kill people. He killed his own son. He unlived his own son. He made his own son go through that inhuman experience. I still remember that movie, and the only thing he makes me feel is rage and anger. So when Summer was asking in that video, and she was saying they presented God to her as love, somebody is saying something. I'm enjoying today's expository. You are exposing my confusion, and please read the comments on YouTube for me. She was saying that they told her that God is love and God is all loving and God is all loving, and she did not see it. Baby girl, God is not loving. according to the Bible. The account that we have doesn't speak of a God that is love. It speaks of a God that when he gets angry against a king, he can wipe the entire nation off, including innocent children. They speak of a God that when he's angry with the leader of a nation, he can let innocent children go hungry. So when people say, if God is love, why are innocent children? That's what he has always done with them, according to the Bible. Except you are telling me that there is a part where he now repented and he changed and then he now became born again and became the New Testament one. Even in the New Testament, I will still tell you what happened. What's the comment on YouTube? Okay.
You are exposing about that journey.
Okay.
I endured it because my parents gravitated towards it.
Uh-huh. Until 2019.
I now work my own path.
Exactly. I share. So somebody is saying here that this teaching is exposing a lot of things that she has been struggling with since age 10. Summer is 11. Trust me, we were very intelligent children. Oh. We thought about these things, oh, but there was nobody we shall could ask. Please, I need the what's it called? Yeah. So Jesus went through all of that, right? But you know that before he got to the story of, to the peak of that movie, before they got to that part, when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane, yeah, how does your family feel about you working with Ifa? The people in the studio are laughing. I don't have no family again. They don't talk to me anymore. They don't even like me. They don't talk to me. And this flash, I really don't care, you know. I do not have. Literally, I don't have any uncle or auntie that calls me and speaks to me. I don't have. Like, I'm not even saying some members of my family don't talk to me. Nobody, no single soul, not a person. Nobody speaks to me. Not one person. They don't. They initially started sending messages to say, somebody showed me this your video, and it's not. I said, and they know me. You know, they know something about me. They know that the moment Ewa's mind is set on something, she doesn't follow the bandwagon. She doesn't follow the crowd. She gets her conviction by herself. And the moment she is convinced about something beyond reasonable doubt, she goes for it irrespective of what anybody thinks. So they did not bother fighting too much. And they know that I am, you know, not to blow my trumpet, they know that I am highly intelligent. So they know that before they can have a conversation with me about this, if they have to come backed up with their daddy Geo's Geo. They know. So they didn't just bother. And trust me, do I feel bad? Maybe not exactly. Do I miss them? Yes, because I was raised in a closely knitted family. Like my cousins were my siblings. Those beautiful memories, I miss it. But would I exchange that for what I'm doing right now? 1,000 times no. I will do this right now as a single person that dropped out of the sky without family. I will do it over and over again. So I think I've dealt with that part. It doesn't bother me. And yeah, we're family. That's what it is. We're family. Virtual cousins here. Thank you. Thank you. So let's continue. When Jesus got to the garden, before that whole buhaha that happened, he went to his disciples. He said, pray with me. Watch with me. They slept, or they could not pray. They slept. The Bible says that his blood was thick. His sweat was thick like blood. And he looked up, he said, I wish that this cup could pass over me, but not my will, thy will be done. You see, the day I read that verse of the Bible myself was the day I knew inside myself that I cannot be Christian for too long. And I read it when I was in secondary school. Please read the comments on YouTube. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How did they do it? Thank you. Thank you. Gracias. Eshe adupe. Yeah, thank you. So he got to that place and he said, not my will, but thine be done. Then I had to go to ask. In fact, the day that that thing struck me, we went for a night vigil that day. I can remember. Deeper Life Bible Church, Ashi District. Anybody that grew up in Ibadan will know it was a central church. It was not too far from my house. After the night vigil, I called the youth to the outside the church, where a couple of us, you know how youth don't, you won't sleep after a night vigil before you go home. You guys are just. Then I said, eh. So Jesus came to a point in his life where he had a will that was different from the will of God. He said, not my will, but thy will be done. So Jesus had a will that was what? I don't want to go do that thing. I don't want to. I don't want to. Why do I have to do this? But then he said, I'm going to do it because God said I should do it. And he said, not my will, but thine be done. That was when I knew that the idea of Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit is confusion. Because this day that a human being starts having a will that is different from their own will, that person is either will be diagnosed with multiple personality disorder, or the person is not mentally stable. Because there's a difference between I thought something, then I decided, God, I thought this, but I decided. He said, not my will, but thine will be done. And from YouTube to give me roses. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. They came from YouTube. YouTube also has super gifts. You can gift me on YouTube too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So Jesus had a will that was different from the will of God. So Jesus is not God. Let's take that. He's just a person. You see, the responsibility we have carried on that character is too much for that character to carry, because that character, no, won't carry body lelori ni. Even that character was burdened. At a point, he felt it was too much. He felt it did not make sense. This idea, this thing that you sent me to do, I don't want to do it. That's how he felt. So if that character existed, he was just a human being like you and I. Who will they tell to go and crucify like that? And we not get to a point where it's like, in the initial stage, it will be doing you, I'm the one that is going to save the world. But when he gets 3 minutes to the moment, you start to feel like, oh, more reality is setting in. Are you sure I'm going to do this? He was just like you and me. He was just like you and me. If he existed, he was just like you and me. So to everybody that they've told that Jesus was supposed to do and Jesus did not do it, Jesus did not do it because he did not have the power to do it, because it's not his responsibility to do it, because he was just like you and I. He was afraid like you and I. He was scared. He wanted to go away. He wanted to run away from that. Don't let me call it the idea that we think it is. But Jesus said, not my will, but thine be done. So they came to take Jesus. They took him to the cross. They accused him of everything they could accuse him of. And that's not a big deal. Odrifa or Warren said told us that people will be accused, some people's life on this earth, because they came to do something glorious, they will be accused on every. If you're not following Ashe for today, if you don't watch Ashe for today, you need to, because you open the old rifa and you find all of these things that Bible is making look like Barbara is normal everyday life. So Odua Warren was the second to the last Odrifa. We treated Odua Warren on Thursday, and Warren said the people that this Odrifa birthed them, they will go through so many things in life where people falsely accuse them. So when you say, because of me, Jesus was falsely accused, people have falsely accused me. Do you know what people have said to me in the process of this Ifa work? Men that come to me to open up to me, they get close to me, they can confide in me, they feel comfortable with me. Their wife has accused me of using juju to carry their husband. The husband that does not have 2 naira, that we are doing spiritual work, that you have money. If I want to carry him, at least he'll be like the family of the everybody that we don't want to mention their name. If I have juju to carry husband, I will not head for those people. I will not head for the likes of the man that just did wedding for his daughter. Is your husband I will use? That's a waste of juju. It's waste of spiritual knowledge. I've been accused of it several times. A lot of things that we should not even mention. So they accuse Jesus. They accuse people every day. There's no big deal in it. So let's continue. Then he got to the cross. Then there were two people on his left and on the right side. Then one looked at him and said, Shebi, you have always said you are God. If you are God, save all of us. And the other one said, this innocent man is not the one thing. And then he said that one will make heaven. And this logical one will not go to heaven. He said, tonight you will meet me in paradise. But the other one, he went to hellfire. Because what? Because he said, if you are the president's daughter and your father has money, let your father come and pay us out of here. Shebi, they say you are the president. Just because of that. Because of that statement, that guy went to hell, and God is loving. This is a statement that a lot of us will make in life. Because at that time, even if Jesus was God, they did not know. How would they have? What was special about him that would have made them know that he was God? How would that person have known that he was God that he was talking to? How would he have known? There was nothing about his life that was proof. They just picked one character and shined light on it and just exaggerated it in your head. Tell me anything that happened to Jesus' life in that Bible story that no other person has experienced before, step by step and word for word. So excuse the dude if he did not know that that was God and he said, Shebi, he said you are this and this. Save us. The guy went to again, no. Jesus made sure that he keeps one more. Meanwhile, he came to save people. You have come to save people. You are going through this gory experience that you don't like to save people. Yet, 2 minutes before you decided to seal the contract, you still kicked one person to hellfire. So much about coming to save people. That one still went to hellfire. The guy did not ask for too much. The guy did not ask for too much. Jesus would have simply said, you don't understand. When you meet me in heaven tonight, you will know that I'm God. That would have sounded like love. That would have sounded like love. Not, So, eventually, few minutes before the show ended, he looked up and said, my father, why have thou forsaken me? And they said, God turned his face away from Jesus because he carried the sin of the whole world on himself. And God could not just look at the sin. And they emotionally blackmail you into that you are the reason that God turned his back against his son. You are not the reason. Because at that time, you've not even committed sin. They have not even born you. Let me speak Nigerian. They never born you that time. It's not you. You are not the reason. It's God that allows sin to happen. Because when the devil first of all committed that one sin, he gets rid of the idiots. Irony, he kept on accommodating him until his sin now became full-blown in the universe. He was the one that was fixing himself, if there was any fixing. Unfortunately, there was no fixing himself. He was the one he needed to fix what he created. He was the one that created it. Kokomi. I don't understand why Jesus had to go through all of that. You wanted to deal with devil, just deal with him. What was all this drama? What was all this? Sin. Satan, how important is it that they cannot just end the whole thing? They now created a story to constantly guilt trip you. So every time you did something, Sister Mary, remember the death of Christ on the cross. Remember the pain that he carried. They have to remind you. Isn't it just even funny? Let's even say you are a child of God and you walked out of your father's house and you did something wrong. Then they told your brother to go and be crawling on his knees and scraping the ground with his fingers and they are beating your brother just for your brother to bring you back to your father's house. Then your brother now brings you out. Then every day for the rest of your life, you will not hear word again. Sha. Every little thing you did. Remember what your brother did. At a point, excuse me, any sorrow is okay. I can recount this thing without you people telling me. It is okay. Can we be a family again without anybody have to constantly remind me what your brother did? What your brother did? He has done it. He has done it. She, when he did it, he got reward for it. Go to the book of Hebrew. What did he say? In the book of Hebrew, I think it's Hebrew chapter 12, that he said something about so that Christ may get this crown of glory. Please, who knows that scripture? I'm forgetting Bible. It refers that is God's coming to my head. Oh, there's a part of the Bible that says something like he went through this the crucifixion, that he might be given a name that is above every other name, and he shall got reward for it. Dude got a reward. One of the rewards that he got is this name that all of us are shouting everywhere now. The power that we have given to that name, we will get there. You can give power to a name. You can channel energy into something that is lifeless and make it powerful. That is the ability that we have. So the next time anybody prays in the name of Jesus, you are the one that channeled energy to that name. Was his original name Jesus? No, think about it. If it is that name that they gave power to, it is called Jesu in my language. It is called Yesu in the northern part of Nigeria. It is called different other translations in different parts. Yeshua in some other part. Which one did he give power to? Which particular spelling did he give power to? Is it Jesus he gave power to, or Jesu? So it means that it is not a name that he gave power to. It is whatever we decide to call it, and we direct energy towards it. That is what is working. Every time you say I'm healed in Jesus' name, you are the one that is healing yourself. Let me explain to you how it works. I was a pastor in Christ Embassy. Christ Embassy has something that is called the healing school. A lot of people were surprised that there is a healing school. Now, people say that that church staged a lot of miracles, allegedly. Philippians chapter 2, verse 9, wherefore God has highly exalted him and has given a name above every other name. Olodumare will bless and increase your knowledge. After he took that, they now exalted him. Dude came to do something to get results. It's not me. Don't bring me into that thing. So anyways, what was I talking about? So I was talking about the healing school. Now, a lot of people allegedly say that Christ Embassy stages a lot of their miracles when they were having atmosphere for miracles. But I will, for one, tell you that a lot of those ones that I saw and witnessed, they were real. People really got healed. That's the truth. I cannot deny that because I'm no longer in church. But do you know what happened? Let me explain to you. So we had something, they have something called the healing school. Now, the healing school is like a 30-day program that used to hold in South Africa at the time. People that were sick in one form of ailment all over the world would gather there in a place. Now, for the period of the time, they begin to teach them, they are preaching to them, they are showing them testimonies of other people in a confined place. It is pure physics. They are taking them outside of the environment where they would experience doubt. They put them in a place. 21 days is what it takes to, 21 consecutive days is what it takes to form a new habit. Google it. So they put them there past 21 days. When I say put them, I don't mean that they cage them somewhere against their will. No, they are gathered in a place. They are gathered in a place. And they start to teach them. They start to grow. They are working on their subconscious. Teach them about this is what God can do. This is what Jesus did. This is a miracle of somebody else constantly. And Pastor Chris is a teacher. And I will not deny the fact that I learned a lot from that man when it comes to spirituality. And when it comes to about this divine journey, he's somebody that digs up knowledge. He's a teacher. Forget it. He has that gift, and we cannot take it away from him. So they start to put all those things into their head. Put those things into their head. They are raising up the energy. Everybody inside that place is working under the same energy. Is magnetic fields. Faith is an energy. You have it, the next person has it, the next person has it. It begins to grow within those number of days that they are there. And it gets heightened to the point that the energy starts to produce result of what you have put it out to do. You are the one that is healing yourself. You are the one that is healing yourself. So by the time you are all looking forward to the day the pastor is going to come out, the day the pastor is going to come out, the day the pastor is going to come out, then by the time he steps out, your faith is already heightened. Your brain is already imagining the results. You are already seeing yourself in the healed form. If you are somebody that couldn't work, all you are thinking about that day, all you are talking about throughout that period is to see yourself walk out. You have played that thing in your head, every fiber of your being. Because what? It cost you a lot to get there in the first place. It's not just behind your house. So it's like a child that leaves home to go to school, to study, to get a first degree, to get a first class. You are now in this place. Everybody is reading. That's what everywhere you turn to, somebody is reading. Somebody is doing lectures, tutorials. This one, that one. That's the only thing you are seeing. If you are a serious student that you came to school to pass, you have everything it takes. There is the library, there is the this. Everybody is in a serious environment. So if you really want to do it, that is an environment where it's going to happen for you. And they put them there. Now they are looking forward to the man of God stepping out. And the moment the man of God steps out, he has also built his energy. They have built that. He combines together and he starts to produce results. It starts to produce results. So when you see people that talk about spirituality, the power of your mind, they tell you that even in the business world, they told us while I was taking my MBA, that success that you are building, if you do not first see it inside you, you cannot have it except somebody else is creating it for you. This is just logic, human logic. This is just physics. And that is why Ifa is profound. Ifa contains physics. It contains chemistry. Ifa teaches you how to align energy. Ifa teaches you that you are the orchestrator of this thing. You are the lead actor in this movie. It's not God. It's not Satan. It's you. And then you start to manifest this, which is why I told you that contrary to what people think when they say most of those miracles that happened in their church did not happen, they happened. They just got to understand how spirituality works. That man just happened to be one of the few people that are in Christianity that understand how spirituality works, how energies work, how power works. And he takes his people through that. You cannot attend that church and be part of the people that think broke is an option. He will take you through some spiritual exercises. Anybody can do that, whether you are Christian or Muslim or Ifa or you are an atheist. As long as you believe in something, as long as you know what energy is. Which is why I said, is there any religion that can beat their chest and say there is something that people experience in our religion that no other person experiences? No. Because energy and manifestation is open to everybody. You just have to believe that there is something that exists there that you have not seen and you want to make it exist. Let's take, for example, the man behind the light bulb. I will not forget his name today. His name is Thomas Edison. I keep saying Faraday. Thomas Edison. Please confirm that Thomas Edison was the one that created the light bulb. That guy that tried, I think, 10,000 times or 1,000 times to create the light bulb. Now, That person was creating light bulb for the first time. He had never seen a light bulb before. Yet he tried 1,000 times. Now, the first time he tried and it failed. How did he know that what he created was not a light bulb? He has not seen a light bulb before. He had not seen a light bulb before. He saw that light bulb in his mind, in his spirit. He saw it in his mind and his spirit. And the moment he made it, and he saw that it was different from what was in his spirit, he said, "This is not what I saw. This is not what I created in my head." He created it in his head first, then brought it to reality. You created your miracle first before you brought it into reality. Somebody else created that miracle for you first before it materialized. Yes, you're welcome. So whatever you direct energy towards will produce result for you. And universally, do you know the billions of people over the centuries that has directed energy to the name of Jesus in whatever form that it comes? That's why you see, these things, if you understand, if you have knowledge, these things will not. The WhatsApp number that is pinned on the screen on TikTok is my WhatsApp number if you need to speak to me about anything. Meanwhile, I'm an Ifa priestess. I do consultation. I'm not just a teacher. I didn't even have a job as teacher. Maybe, but I'm setting up a school though. Ifa College. We're setting up a uni. Yeah, it's going to be the first. It's the first soon to be accredited online University of Ifa and Yoruba Studies. We will teach everything about Yoruba, everything about Ifa, everything about spirituality. I mean, you need to visit ifacollege.ng and see the amazing courses we have. I have sent text and you are not replying. Oh, because I'm on this live streaming. That's why I'm not. Except you sent a message before and I skipped it. Just send another message so that your message can pop up today. So that is it. So I'm sorry for all of you that they gave you false expectation. This is the truth they did not tell you. Yeah, this is the truth that they did not tell you. Now, the fact that people are channeling energy to the name of Jesus every now and then, does that mean it's going to work every time? No, that's the reason you pray sometimes and it doesn't happen. That's the next question we'll be answering. Because she said, why is it that we ask God for things and he doesn't do it? And we keep asking and keep begging and keep hoping and keep wishing. And then she also talked about the fact that if God is love, why do people, you have been sending messages every day. Are you sure it's my number you're sending messages to? That's strange. Every day since when? Please send a message as a DM. I don't know if it's my number or by some magical chance I've been missing it. Sorry about that. I don't ignore people's messages, no matter how busy I am. Every other person that chats me up would testify to that. So now she said that if God is love, why does he say he will punish people to the third generation and fourth generation? Oh, you're sending message to TikTok. Oh, I can miss TikTok message, but send a message to WhatsApp. And he says fourth generation and fifth generation. And so let me explain it to you. It's not because God is love or God is not love that people experience things over different generations. That's just the interconnectedness of life. And that's what Ifa tells us. We are a sum of so many things. So let's look at it this way. You see your life, the way your life is, take your life as is called 100%. Can I have this tray? Take your life like it is called 100%. What your life is today is not just on God. Okay? What your life is today is not just on God. Thank you. So let's take, for instance, this is your entire life, like this as a circle. So you know how this is the center, and then from here to here is 90%. Okay. So you see this your entire life. It is not a game of God and the devil. We have established that. There is a percentage of your life that is choices that your grandfather, grandmother, great grandmother has made because you came from them. Life is progressive. You are not just happening on your own. The choices that they made feels all this part of you. So if your daddy happens to be um, Femi Otedola, who was born into the family of Sir Michael Otedola, and his father had made real good financial choices and they had financial opportunities and they used it well, you will be Temi or Copy that is enjoying money today. It doesn't have anything to do with God. Choices that your people made, your ancestors, they made choices. They did not know. I'm sure they even knew, because you too that are making choice today, you don't have to call the number. Just send the message, please. Just send the message. The choices that you are making today, somebody is telling you now. Yeah, you can call the number after the video. Somebody is telling you now that this thing you are doing is going to affect your children. It's a lie. There's nothing that is going to happen. I've done this. There's nothing anybody can do. And the person said, you will see. And if there's nothing you can do, oh, there's something they can do. There's something the universe is doing. Your grandchildren will still come into this life and be saying, if God is love, why are we going through this? They did not know that this, their grandfather in 2025, that did not have sense, is the reason that they are going through it. Instead of the grandfather, you are going to be that grandfather and great grandfather. If you don't have sense in this life, your grandchildren, please keep tapping on your screen. Your grandchildren, keep tapping on your screen. Why are we still less than 100K likes? TikTok, oh yeah, power tap over the next 5 minutes. Let's take a break. Power tap over the next 5 minutes and let's get to 100K. That's the assignment. That's the least you can do, so that the algorithm will push this to more and more people. Number 11, let's get to number 1. Oh yeah, keep going. Quickly. Power tap, all of you. Tap it like this. You see I'm doing this? Let me not tell you what's, especially men, let me not tell you what's coming to your mind, because the hand that you're supposed to use to tap now, if it's something else that they say you should tap, you'll be doing it though. Use that same hand, wash it sharp before you tap my shoe. Tap on the screen the same way you used to tap like this. Tap on the screen. Tap on the screen. Tap. Tap on the screen. Get to 100K. Let's get there. Me say if I've tried. Let me put. We have just started. It's how you people understand. You people think you understand what I'm saying, and you are laughing. You are putting emoji. You think what you are thinking is what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking what you are thinking, because you people, you need. This is the time I should be just dashing all of you Jesus. You know how they say you need Jesus. Let me just dash you people Jesus to use hypo to wash your. What are you thinking? Shall be tapping 100K. I'm still seeing 77 kilo shele and 77.8. Oh yeah. YouTube people, don't mind them. Let's pause. They got carried away and they forgot their assignments. All of us have a part to play on this live streaming. My own part is to teach, and I'm teaching you already. Your part is to tap and like and share until we get to 100K. Oh yeah, go on. I've not eaten. I've not had food today. Okay, I had breakfast, but I've not had lunch, and I have snacks here. Issue existed 8,000 years before Jesus. Exactly. When people say Jesus was taking from Issue, that's why I'm like, don't even compare Bible with Ifa. Is insulting. Do you know? Before we had contact with them, we have had our stories. So we don't need the story of the Bible to validate us. I don't need to come and say the story that Jesus they say is a lie. It's not a lie. A lie is a lie. We don't need them to validate. Oh yeah, 80K. Quickly. 100 is where we are going on, so that we'll continue the teaching. We are going to talk about how does, if I explain all these generational costs, generational wanting, how does, if I explain it? Then we are now going to see so many things. Bible stories were taken from Kemetic stories. They have answered you. They said Bible stories was taken from Kemetic stories. Oh yeah, continue tapping. Oh yeah, now you people. Quickly. So when we talk about this is the time to pause And also send your gift. Sure, they told us that we are using in fact to collect coins the other day. I want on the wrong time. Then. Oh yeah, keep tapping, keep liking, keep sharing. Share the video with your friends and family. Drag them here. Tell them that somebody has told us the truth that we did not know. Kífá ó bá ní ṣe, k'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè ó bá ní ṣe. Àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn, kó bá wa ṣe. Àní kífá ó bá ní ṣe, k'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè ó bá ní ṣe. Àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn, kó bá ní ṣe. Kífá ó bá ní ṣe, ẹ bá bá mi gbé gbàdúrà yẹn wá. K'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè ó bá ní ṣe. Àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn, kó bá wa ṣe. As you tap, as you like, as you share, Ajé will find you. Ajé will stay with you. Ajé will multiply with you. Ajé ògúngúlú sọ onísọ òbòjì. Ajé asọlé yín di ilé ayọ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo owó, gbogbo ọlá, gbogbo ọlà tẹfẹ́ tí ẹ fẹ́, Ajé á gbé fún yín o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ìgbà Ajé ni o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ire owó, ire ọlá, ire ọlà òun ló máa jẹ́ tiyín. Gbogbo ibi tẹ́ tí ń bù á máa dí. Wọ́n ní àbùdí ní tolókun, àbùdí ní tọlọ́sà. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń bù. As you are spending your time, as you are spending your money, as you are spending your resources, Ajé will find you. Ajé will stay with you. Ajé will multiply with you. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ayọ̀ òun lajé máa ń mú wá. Wọ́n ní kí la fi ń bu Ajé lótùúfẹ̀. Ẹran ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ la fi ń bu Ajé lótùúfẹ̀. Ara tù yín, ara dẹ̀ yín pẹ̀sẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní kí la fi ń bu Ajé lótùúfẹ̀. Oyin la fi ń bu Ajé lótùúfẹ̀. Afárá oyin òun ló ní kó dùn fún yín, á dùn fún yín o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ní gbogbo ọ̀nà ibi tẹ́ ẹ bá kọjú sí, Ajé á jẹ́ kó dùn fún yín, owó á jẹ́ kó dùn fún yín, ọlá á jẹ́ kó dùn fún yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Owó ẹyọ tí wọ́n fi hun Ajé yìí, owó ẹyọ ló ní kọ́mọ aráyé yọ̀ mọ́ yín, ọmọ aráyé á yọ̀ mọ́ yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ìṣọkùnrin ni, ìṣobìnrin ni, ìṣọmọdé ni, ìṣàgbà ni wọ́n á yọ̀ mọ́ yín o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ibi tẹ́ ẹ bá wá kọjú sí, ẹ bájé níbẹ̀. Ajé ò ní bá yín jà. Ajé ò ní bínú sí yín o. Ẹ ní rí ìbínú Ajé, ẹ ní rí ìbínú àwọn tó nílẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní Ajé òun ló ń sọ lé alákìísà, ó ń sọ di irun, ó ń sọ di igba, ó ń sọ di ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n á sọ lé yín di ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀. Àníkún àlékún ló máa jẹ́ tiyín. Wọ́n ní àtọ̀tún àtòsì òun ni ẹyẹlé fi ń kóre wá fájé. Àtọ̀tún àtòsì báyìí ló máa fi máa kóre Ajé wá fún yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ajé ògúngúlú sọ onísọ òbòjì. Ajé á jókòó tì yín. Ọlá ọlà tó wà lọ́wọ́ Ajé, Ajé á gbé fún yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ibi gbogbo tẹ́ bá kọjú sí, ire lójú owó ń rí, ire lójú yín á máa rí o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní àbùdí ní tolókun, àbùdí ní tọlọ́sà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń bù, Ajé olókun á jẹ́ kó máa dí fún yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Á jẹ́ kó máa dí fún yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní agbe má gbére pàdé olókun mọ́, wá máa gbére bọ̀ wá bá gbogbo wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ibi gbogbo tí Ajé wà, kájé máa gbére bọ̀ wá bá wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àlùkò wọ́n ní kó má gbére pàdé ọlọ́sà mọ́, wọ́n láwa ni kó o máa gbére pàdé, kó o máa gbére pàdé. Wàá wá sọ fún rẹ pé àlùkò máa gbére pàdé èmi lágbájá ọmọ lágbájá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ní ríjà ayé o, ẹ ní rí ìbínú àwọn tó nílẹ̀ o, ẹ ní lájé lọ́rùn, ẹ máa lájé lọ́wọ́ ni láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá ń fi owó yín àti ọlà yín tẹ́ ẹ fi ń mọ́ṣẹ́ àwọn aláṣekù láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn aláṣekù á ṣe tiyín láṣepé, wọn ò ní ṣe tiyín láṣekù láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ibi gbogbo ọ̀nà, ibi táwọn aláṣekù ti ń dúró dì wá, tí wọ́n ti ń sìn wá lọ, tí wọ́n ti ń tẹ̀lé wa, tí wọ́n ti ń ṣíwájú wa, wọ́n á fi Ajé ṣíwájú yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn èèyàn jankan-jankan lẹ́ẹ̀kan lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé yẹn, wọ́n á fajé wá yín wá, wọ́n á fajé bò yín láṣìírí. Wọ́n ní irun orí ló ń bàṣírí orí o, wọ́n á fi Ajé báyìí, wọ́n á fi bò yín láṣìírí. Ọmọ aráyé á fi ọlá wọn, wọ́n á fi ọlá wọn, wọ́n á fi bò yín láṣìírí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ní ná tán, ẹ ní ná kan tán kẹ́ tó rí mi láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo iṣẹ́ kékeré owó ńlá òun lélẹ́dùmarè máa gbé wá fún yín. Owó ìfà, ọlá ìfà òun lélẹ́dùmarè máa ṣe ti yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. The things you cannot afford, Ajé will bring it to you free. Ajé will raise helpers for you láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. And not only will Ajé raise helpers for you, Ajé will make you helpers unto other people. When people need financial help, they will remember you because they know you have more than enough. and you answer to the cry of the people around you to Lashe Edumare. For those of you that are the breadwinners of your family, in your married family, you are the breadwinner. Among your siblings, you are the breadwinner. Wọ́n ní òkè òkè báyìí ní ọ̀pá ìbí tí a máa ré sí. Òkè òkè lẹ máa máa ré sí Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. People are looking up to you. They will not look down at you Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. They will not look down at you Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní òkè lọ́wọ́ afúnni ń gbé. You are the one that has always been giving. You would always have more than enough to give. Kò ní sú yín, kò ní rẹ̀ yín. Nídìílé ọkọ ẹ̀ ní tẹ́ńbẹ̀, nídìílé ìyàwó ẹ̀ ní tẹ́ńbẹ̀. Láwùjọ ọ̀rẹ́ ibi táwọn èèyàn ti ń náwó ẹ̀ ní bá wọn nájú níbẹ̀ o. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹ̀ ní táwọ́ ná. Ẹ̀ ní náà kẹ́ tó ná mi láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Your ancestors did not only leave curses and problems and whatever for you. There is generational wealth in every ancestral lineage. Your ancestors will manifest that hidden generation of your lineage with you and through you. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Èyí tá wí lénìí àṣẹ ti gùn arọ ti rọ̀ mọ́. Ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Àṣẹ. Ó yẹ bá mi gbà padà. I've never done this before. I just felt I should do this today. So those people that will still watch this live stream and say she's eating a particular small, you should go and sit down somewhere. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ajé Ògúngúlùsọ will stay with us. As you're also praying for Ajé, me too, I'm praying for Ajé. Ní gbogbo ọ̀nà ibi tẹ́mi náà ti ṣí business sí. In every country that I have business registered, bí mo ṣe wúre fún yín, á rí bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́mi náà. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọmọ aráyé wọ́n lànà owó kàn wá, wọ́n lànà ọlá kàn wá, wọ́n lànà ọlà kàn wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. The wealth that they stole from us through the lies of religion, the wealth that they refuse to allow us to have access, that they hid from us, if we open our eyes to see it, and we will get it. In this generation, as Africans, we will inherit all the wealth that they hid from our fathers, because those wealth is not gone. We are going to manifest it. You see the wealth of riches, of abundance, of greatness, of success that is in this race and in this continent, that made them look at us and decided that they will lie to us to cover it up. In this, our own generation, we are the ones that is going to manifest it. We are the ones that is going to manifest that wealth from every angle. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ti kó lọ, gbogbo òkó lọ́wọ́ tó ti lọ. Bí ẹsẹ̀ Ifá kan ṣe sọ, wọ́n ní ìdùnnú àtayọ̀ ló máa gbẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ torí àwọn tó lọ máa padà wá. Gbogbo ìkólọ́wà tó padà wá, tó lọ Ifá ló máa padà wá. Ó dẹ̀ máa ṣojú ẹ̀mí wa. Àwa la máa bá wọn ṣe, àwa la máa jẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àṣẹ. Let's continue. You people have not reached 100K still. Oya. Let's round up. Let's continue. So we're talking about generational wealth, and how the Bible says that if people do something wrong, they will go from, the curses will go from one generation to another, be coming down. What they did not tell you is that it is not only when people do something wrong. Everything in this life goes from one generation to another. It goes from generation to generation. It is a sum of it. So I was using this to describe. It is a sum of it. Your ancestors have this portion. Your immediate parents have this other portion. Let me explain it to you. Imagine that you are AS and your wife is AS, and you guys get married and you have a child that is SS. Is it God that created that? And that child is constantly in pain, praying, God, if you can just heal me. If you can just heal me. The parents are praying. They are running up and down, seeking a miracle. You created that. You created that. That is not on God. And devil does not exist. So we cannot even say that is on the devil. That is not on the divine and supreme being. That is cause and effect. That is choices and repercussion of choices. That is what it is. When they were selling, when Lekki in Lagos was still a bush, was just covered, nothing was there, and life ended at Obalende CMS Ikoyi, and there was none of those Victoria Island and Lekki. If your great-grandfather had gone to buy 10 hectares in that place, inside that bush that time, and he gave it to your grandfather, and your grandfather gave it to you today, 10 hectares, will you be broke? Answer me, will you be broke? You will not be broke. That is just a choice that people made. So instead of selling people this idea that is God is the one that is going to punish them from generation to generation, it is life. Life. That story would have made sense if the next verse of that Bible also said that generation to generation he will pass down blessings. Then the balance will make sense. But no, they only told us that if you commit a sin, he will wọ́n máa bẹ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bàbá wò lórí ọmọ àti ọmọ ọmọ àti ọmọ ọmọ. Ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bàbá nìkan kọ́ ló máa bẹ̀ wò. If the baba makes a choice for good thing, it will pass from generation to generation too. Yes, that's how it works. So you need to understand that it is choices. I was teaching in one program and I told them this. I said, take for instance, you, let me matchmake two people on this live stream. Olori, Ifayorisayo. Okay, Olori is a woman. Please, who is the other man on this live stream? Let me look for a man on this live stream. Ọkùnrin dà lórí live streaming yìí. Lee Elevator has a man. So imagine that Lee Elevator, Olori, I know you're a woman. Imagine that Olori and Ola, Ola is imagine that Olori and Ola decide to hook up on this live stream. Olori, I'm sorry, I don't know if you're a married woman. Mr. Ola, I'm sorry, I don't know if you're married. But for example, imagine that in the example, they decide to get freaky. Nobody is seeing you on this live stream. They decide to go to the other room and, oh, you are not. Mr. Ola is not married. Okay. Imagine that I'm not saying, this is not matchmaking, I'm just giving an example. Imagine they decide to go into it doesn't have to be bedroom these days. It can be the back of the chair, the back of the car, or it can be in the elevator. I heard people can just be stopping elevator button and be doing something that is not good. Child of God. This is an example. So imagine that is happening. Then Olori now gets pregnant. Sure, you know that child that Olori is going to give birth to, the moment Olori decides to keep that pregnancy, for it to come out as a child, Olori has agreed that she is bringing a human being into this world that is a combination of Mr. Ola's generation and her own generation. She is creating somebody that is a product of all those generations, physically, spiritually, financially. You understand? Now, that child is born. Olori was one that carried the child for Elevation Baby. Elevation Labi will be the name of the baby. Elevator Labi. So, the baby, she now gives her to the baby. Baby that she carried for 9 months doesn't even look like her in any way. If not because we were there when she pushed out the baby, we would have been asking, did they give her another baby? The baby now decides to look like Mr. Ola's grand auntie. Then the mother that knew the grand auntie said, this baby looks like me. See how he take eye resembling me. Mama, not be only eye self, see nose. Oh. See as his mouth be like Mama Nkechi mouth. Wait, who be Mama Nkechi? That grandma's sister now for that year. They will now look at your baby. Your baby is looking at one second generation auntie. It does not even look like any of you. You have pulled generation together. And you have created that child. It's not just two of you. So if your baby can carry the genes of somebody that is not even this person, Mama Nkechi was not in the elevator with you that day. Or maybe her spirit was there and she said, it's time to come back again. Let me take advantage of this moment. But she was not there. Camera cannot see Mama Nkechi that day. But that child now went to carry the genes of Mama. You think if that child can carry the genes of Mama Nkechi, that child will not carry all the wrong mistakes and wrong choices that Mama Nkechi and Baba Nkechi and Chioma that Nkechi born and Chinedu that is Nkechi's grandchild, you think that that child cannot carry it? Elevator sha. Okay, and now see, Lee Elevator, it was your name I mentioned before. Maybe that's where the elevator came from. You think that child cannot carry all of that? You think he cannot carry all of that? You give birth to a child, and your child is albino. All love and respect to albinos. But you are not an albino. Your husband is not an albino. You don't, it's not your husband. Remember that you people just hooked up in elevator. So you don't even know his family. Then you now give birth to albino. You are now asking questions. Then your father now said, and his grandmother's her minor children. YouTube. We're back on YouTube. YouTube is back. Now, her minor children have enjoyed ancestral visa, shall. That's how it works. So don't let anybody tell you that it's God that is responsible for something. It's that part of it is just life. It is just life, which is why I beg you every day, for the next generation that is coming, make better choices. I beg of you, make better choices. The way you are complaining right now, don't let your children and grandchildren come and complain. Do better. Do better. Valeria, thank you so much. Valeria, thank you so much. Make better choices because of them, so that they can be able to say, in my own generation, is generational blessings that my ancestors gave me, not generational curses. So we have established that that one is a continuation, just like it continues in your DNA, it continues in your looks, your attributes, your health, and all of those things. That's the same way it continues in everything that is spiritual. Keep tapping on your screen. Let me celebrate Valerian. This person has been a die-hard fan for what? For like the longest. Thank you so much. She made it to level 15. We are grateful. Thank you so much. We celebrate you. Yeah. Congrats, Valerian. Thank you so much. Thank you for being supportive. Thank you. Ajay will say thank you to you. So that is what it is. Okay. So instead of blaming God, just tell yourself that if my grandparents had made better choices, they knew that they were going to have grandchildren. So don't blame God for that one. Now we have put that one aside. Now let's answer the question of, she said for like 1.5 years, she was out of school and she kept on praying. What do you need to pay your children's school fees? Is money. It's not prayer. What you need to pay your children's school fees is money, is not prayer. Now, somebody says, Yanifa, you make it as easy as that. Some people are working and they don't have anything financially to show for a year, except if there's some spiritual problem. Have this. Okay, no, don't worry. Except there's some spiritual problem. When you work, you're supposed to get money to be able to take care of your needs. And if the money you are earning right now is not enough to take care of your needs, then you need to put in more work. Find multiple streams of income. That's what it's called. Now, can God help you with wealth, with multiple streams of income? I just made prayers with Ajay right now. But do you know how it works in Ifa? Ajay is not going to tell you to sit down at home and be expecting that Ajay will just come. Like the pastor told her mother, whatever it is you do, if God wants it to be, God is going to make it. He will just miraculously send somebody. We established the fact that miracles do happen, but it's a once in a while thing. So we're talking everyday life here. So could there be spiritual explanation for why people are not able to live financially successful life? Yes. Could it be the consequences of choices that their grandparents and great-grandparents have made? They've gone to look for trouble somewhere and someone says, we will continue to attack the finances of this generation. Yes, it's possible. But how do you fix it? You come to Ifa. Ifa tells you what it is and tells you how to fix it. Prayer doesn't fix it. Prayer does not fix it. People don't pray for money. When we make Iwure to Ajay, Ajay answers us by giving us money opportunities, places by which we get money, by directing us to help us, to people that will see us and will say, ah, this girl is making effort. But with the effort she's making, she cannot reach there. Let me help her. You have to have something that the universe is going to multiply. How many people have come to, how many times have you experienced somebody just sends, anonymous person just sends money into your account? Some people will never experience it in this lifetime. And if you do, once in a while. So it is not something that you can build your life on. It is not a guarantee that you can build your life on. The guarantee that you can build your life on, thank you so much for the gift. The guarantee that you can build your life on is the part that Odrifa says. Wọ́n ní ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ títí kẹ́ ẹ lówó lọ́wọ́, àwọ̀ wọn nílé alára, ẹ tẹ̀dí mọ́lẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ ṣòwò kẹ́ ẹ jèrè, àwọ̀ wọn lókè ìjèrò. Wọ́n ní kẹ́ ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ títí kẹ́ ẹ lówó lọ́wọ́. That is what Odrifa says. Work hard, work smart, and make money. Sit down with your business and grow it. Find out the things that you are supposed to do. Everybody was supposed to come to this life and work and gain some level of success. It's a natural thing that people were supposed to be able to take care of their basic needs and not beg. So if you have to go through that, ask Ifa. And most of the time, it is because that source of income you are sitting down with, that career, that business has nothing to do with your life. It's not where you're supposed to be. Let me say this part. Please open this door for me a bit. Let's focus on this part. You see the part where Christianity tells you that you can twist the arm of God into something, because that is the whole idea of what religion sells. Every form of religion. Every form of religion gives you this idea that this is what I want. I pray to God and God will do it, as though God does not have a say. He will just do it. He's just doing things for you. Open it a bit. Open it a bit. Okay, yeah, it's good. Open it like completely. And get something to stop it. Yeah. Religion tells you that you are supposed to twist the arm of God into something. Nobody even finds out, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Like Christians will say, is this the will of God for me? First of all, there is no way Christianity helps you answer that question. Let's just be truthful. There is no way. And this one, there's no way it tells you that this is what the will of God is and this is the answer to that question. It doesn't tell you that. As of today, to the best of my knowledge, today, after so much research into answering these questions, Ifa is the only one that gives you, I'm trying to describe what it is. It gives you a reliable, unquestionable source to prove and validate these things. Ifa is the only one that gives it to you. Yeah, I think so. I think we're good. I think so. Yeah. It was okay that time too. Oh, okay, then you can shut it. Ifa is the only one that gives you that. So you see where Christianity missed it or where religion missed it. Okay, I think it's better. It's better when it's short, yeah. Where Christianity missed it, where religion missed it, is this. People are out there every day asking God to answer a certain thing, to do a certain thing for them, irrespective of whether that thing is what it's supposed to be or what it is not supposed to be. Now, imagine somebody is praying. Oh, we are having a program tomorrow, 7-day program or 30 days program. Because their church cannot afford a hall or they don't have a building that has roof, they are praying that it should not rain for 30 days. Meanwhile, there is a farmer in that same neighborhood who is praying for rain to fall so that his crops will not go dry. Who is God going to answer? Who is God going to answer? You have hurt, you broke the heart of a girl who loved you, who literally took her father's savings and gave it to you in the name of love is blind when she don't have sense. She gave it to you. She loved you. You broke her heart. She's in her bathroom naked in tears and asking every element of the universe to work against you. Your mother is somewhere praying that her son should succeed. Who is God going to answer? Your mother doesn't know what you have done, and she's praying for God to let you succeed. And then that thing that she's praying for you to succeed, it doesn't come true. Then she's crying, God, Pastor, but I prayed, but I fasted. She doesn't know what God knows. She doesn't know that her son has gone to behave stupid somewhere. And that woman is in pain, releasing every spirit and power that is in this universe to say, I'm going to be here for 7 days. You have to deal with Tunde, because it's always the Tunde. It's always the Tunde and the Femi. Trust me, somebody has had the experience with one Tunde somewhere. It's always the Tunde. Don't worry, there's no Tunde that hurts me. So I'm just giving an example. And who is God going to answer? Now, if God decides to answer the mother of that girl, the mother of Tunde, and the Yinka too is part of them. If his mother's prayer is answered, then that girl that was hurt and pained sees the guy, and the guy can still look at her face again and say, you are still there. Does your father still have more money? And the guy can still laugh at her in that hurt state. How will she feel? She will say, God did not vindicate her. You see how all of you are confusing God? You are confusing the God of the Bible. Because he does not know whether it's this person you should answer or this person you should answer. It does not work like that. It does not work that way. Balance of life. Before that boy's mother, Yinka or Shegun Tunde, before his mother's prayer will answer, akoko jiya ito je ina sha. Akoko je ìyà yẹn. Mọ́mì ẹ máa sáré káàkiri wá ọ̀gbọ́n alọ́mọ kan ló ṣe ẹ jẹ́ kó lọ bẹ̀ á kọ́kọ́ jìyà yẹn ná. Bí ò jẹ́ ń sìn, ó ń dúró de ẹrù ẹ̀ ń dúró de ń bodè. What did I say in Yoruba? Before his mother's prayers is answered, he must first reap the consequences of this one that he did first. He must first know that you don't treat people that way. First of all, her father lost his money. She too, she lost love. Two people's ori is fighting you. Before your mother will jèrè, ìwọ gan ti kọ́kọ́ jèrè iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ẹ̀. Wàá jèrè lọ́nà méjèèjì, àmọ́ wàá ti jèrè iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ná. It's called the balance of life. It's called the balance of life. I have a personal experience. I cannot just recount it now because it involves somebody that is dear to me that has passed. So let's respect the memory of people that have passed. But I had to go through the consequence of choices that somebody very close to me made. And every time I went for Ifa divination and I asked, they said, you need to go and make serious appeasement on behalf of that your loved one. Because Nemesis is the one that is playing out to you. I'm not the one that made the choice. Does that make God evil? No. The people that they did what they did to, they too are somewhere saying that he will experience this, his children will experience it. It's not just, see. The same way you're asking for God to vindicate you, do you know normal people that are praying that prayer all over the world? Karma is a thing. People are empowering karma in every way. So you see those two villages that fought in 1754. And your great-grandfather was part of it, and he took somebody's land, sent people out of their property, a whole community of people, because he's a rujeje to migbo kijikiji. He scared all of them away. Then he built his mansion there. And those people, a whole community of people, started walking through the forest, through the village till they started. Your grandfather did that. And he went down in history as a mighty king. And you are wondering why you do not have rest. You are jumping from one place. You will try this one, it will not work. You will go from this way, it will not work. The ori of those people, the spirit of those people, children that was displaced in those days, you think that their ori will just sleep. You just go to church. Father, in the name of Jesus, I confess my sins. You're grateful and just to forgive me and blah blah blah. I brought my tithes and my offerings today. Let the day be good. This business I'm working on, I want millions to come out of it. So help me God in Jesus' name, amen. And you leave. When you are ready, you see that rap, you go and record it in album. People will buy it, but the universe is not buying it until you sit down and find out that thing that your ancestors did. And revenge is going from generation to generation. And you sit down and ask the spirit of those people for what they want, and you pay it. Excuse me, sir, you will leave it on their behalf, unfortunately. Because it's not only their biological DNA you have, you carried everything that they carried. I've mentioned this story a little bit. Everybody knows Jesu Imbu in Lagos. A lot of people know. Even if some of you don't know that Jesu Imbu was a thing. But when you were in church, you sang, Emi Omo Jesu Oyinbo, Emi Omo Jesu Agege, Emi Omo Guru Maraji, Jesu Timomo, Kini kan ni. You knew that song, Gabi. Jesu Imbo was a real person. And it was my grandmother's uncle. It was my grand uncle, my paternal grandmother's uncle. She was an Odumusu. And he was Emmanuel Odumusu. Now, if you sit down and read and study the life of Jesu Imbo and his story, you will know that guy did not just deceive people and scam people. That guy had shit load of spiritual powers and connection. I'm talking alchemy level of spirituality, not all this around the code that you are doing right now. For over 40 years, that guy kept people in what he called his church, in his world. He fed them, he clothed them, he housed them, he gave them a life, and none of them worked a single day. Long after Jesu Igbo himself passed, the leaders of that congregation kept on feeding those people. I'm talking hundreds of thousands of people. Go and read it. How was he able to, what kind of money ritual will somebody do that you'll be able to feed that amount of people for over 40 years? My grandmother joined the church when my father was about 2 years old. She lost her husband, so she just naturally went to back to her family. She had little kids, so she dropped them with her husband's, family. They are the ones that lost their child. And she went on to her uncle's church. The first child that my grandmother had in that church, when they came out of there, when the court ruling came out that they should break up the place and people should go out and all of that, he was 43 at the time that he came out. And he had not seen any other part of life aside from inside that place. He had not walked a day and he wasn't looking malnourished. In fact, the first time my dad took us there to visit, the party jollof rice that I smelled that day, freshly baked meat pie. You know how your mother will look at you like this? I was almost going to eat that meat pie. It's meat pie in Jesu in the house. As I was seeing my grandmother for the very first time that day, because they were not allowed to go out and nobody was allowed to come in. But after a while, my dad kept on going to check on his mom, speak to her through the window and all of those things. It was a real thing. Now, why am I saying all of this? How do you think that man was able to pull that off? Before that final verdict in 2000 and I think it was in 2003 or something, before that final verdict, several years it has been in court. Lagos state government, federal government, they will send people into that place to check on them. They were thinking that they will be able to hold something against him, like holding people against their will, malnourishing people. They were good. They were good. They were good. That was long after Jesus was passed. What kind of money ritual do you think he was doing? There are some like when my grandmother came out of there and she gave me his books, I was in uni and she gave me, some of those things and I was reading it. I was just wondering, how did this man do this? I was having first-hand account and experience of somebody that was there right about the time that the whole church thing that it started. My grandmother lived about a couple of years after them before she passed on. When I came into African spirituality was when I realized that, you see, this work I have come to do, somebody in my family had been given that level of power before. He just chose to do what he chose to do with it. So when I look at myself and I think of the things that the divine has been able to do through me spiritually, it is still nothing compared to what Jesu Imbo had the capacity to do, and he did in the way he chose to do it. These things come from lineage. These things come from ancestral line. It is what it is. Maybe, just maybe, he realized that, oh, you know how they say, after you pass, you realize that you made wrong choices, and then you are looking for somebody else to reincarnate through, somebody else to venerate your power through, so that you can be able to rewrite your wrong. Maybe he's one of the ancestors that is just disturbing me right now, because there are many of them. I see them, I receive messages from them. Ifa tells me, they just come up with this 1,000,001 ideas of, you are the only one that we can speak to. You are the only one that is listening to us now. You are the only one that is connected to us now. This is what we want you to do. This is what we want you to do. This is what we want to do. A lot of them cause atrocities in their life, and they want you to be the one to go and fix it. If you are a spiritual person, you would know what I'm talking about. They will just wake you up one morning and say, go to somewhere, and go and help that community. There is one child there. You will get there and find the child. Maybe the child is the great-great-grandchild of that Baba that they also fix. They want to pay the debt in this life and just let this feud end. But they will not tell you that in church. They will just tell you that, and God said he will fight the sin of the father, of the forefather, of the forefather. It ends there. Very shallow messages. Very shallow messages. Now, let's get to the final lap of this conversation. And that's the part where it wasn't part of a question, but it's a question that I had always had, which is, and a lot of us ask that question these days in different forms. Let's take it from the concept of marriage, because the internet is hot right now about marriage. I don't know who offended anybody. I don't know what marriage is to offend. Marriage is sweet, though. Love is sweet, though. Me, I love love, oh, and I love marriage. Those of you that know, you know I do. And for those of you that were not here on this live streaming the day, I talked about my story and my journey of how I went from being a pastor to being an Iyanifa, and how the whole journey went for me. I have a video on my YouTube channel. It's titled From Pastor to Iyanifa. The journey, something they didn't tell you. I can't remember the title, but it's like that, Sha. From Pastor to Iyanifa, you will see it. So you will find it on my YouTube channel. You just take your time and watch it. It's long video, but it's interesting. And then you will hear the story. So, but usually I just give it in parts here and there. So we are talking about marriage. So if you watch that video, you will know that, this is our Yanifa. She loves love. Oh, I love love. I was raised in love. I was raised in a closely knitted family. I love love. You want to talk about Irete or Dunjo? Join our Ashe for today. Ashe for today is every weekday, 6 a.m. Nigerian time, which is 5 a.m. on the GMT and 1 a.m. on the EST and 10 p.m. on the Pacific time. Join. That's where we talk about Odrifa one by one. That's not what we're talking about today. So, the institution of marriage. That's another area where people, the world seems to just be going gaga right now. And then the people that have come, the people that have come from the angle of our forefathers. What's your YouTube channel link? Is I've pinned it on the comments in the comment section. Iyanifa TV is pinned in the comments. Thank you so much, Iyanifa, for that gift, for those gifts. Yeah. So it has been pinned there. Now, people come out to say the generation of women we have, they are not submissive. That's why marriage is not working. They are not like our mothers. And then people say, yeah, our mothers were not speaking up, but we are speaking up. The things our mothers took, we cannot take it. And this and this and this and that, you know. But let me explain to you, because when you say our mothers, I'm not referring to our mothers after colonization. I'm not referring to our mothers after the connection we had with westernization. So when we're talking about two mothers, we are talking about the mothers pre-colonization. We are talking about our mothers pre the encounter with Western world. And then we are talking about our mothers post colonization, post westernization, during this westernization time. Then we are talking about the girls of nowadays. So I will be referring to three different sets of women. So when I say our mothers in those days, pre-colonization, our mothers after, then the girls of this age. So you see, our mothers pre-colonization, before we had any contact with Western world, I mean before the transatlantic trade period, those our mothers, let me describe to you how they got married and how their marriage worked. First of all, when a child was born in Yoruba land, and I think it's similar across Africa, when a child is born, that child, the parents of that child will go through what we call akosejaye. Please keep tapping on your screen. You people have calmed down again. Don't do that now. When I said start tapping on your screen, we went from number 12 to number 7. Continue doing it so that on daily ranking today we'll hit number 1. If I will hit number 1, it's a win for you and I. Keep tapping on your screen. Continue. Let's get there. Keep tapping, keep engaging, keep your gifts coming in. These are the things that the algorithm looks at to be able to make us, these people are here. Yes. So pre-colonization, they will do akosejaye. Akosejaye is that divination that they do to find out who is this child, what's the path of this child, what life has this child come to live, what are the taboos of this child, what are the instructions. Is more like saying, I just got this product. Can I have the manual of the product? Simple. So your mother and your father just produced you. You are the new product. You are teaching the mind. You are teaching the mind healing and growing, so they forget about tapping. I know, right? That's why we have to remind them. They keep forgetting because they are engrossed in the conversation. I get you, don't worry. But keep tapping, let me remind you. So they will make a kosejaye for that child to find out the journey of that child. Nobody was bringing a child into this world and was going to raise that child based on chance. Don't worry, it's good. That they were not going to raise that child based on chance. They were not going to raise that child based what? Oh, okay. YouTube, can you hear me clearly? They said air is interfering with the mic. Okay, I think you should stop it there. Can you hear me clearly? So they make akosejaye to find out what the journey of that child is. That's what they do to find out. So in Yoruba, we call it akosejaye. Some other parts of Africa, they call it different things. But in Ifa, we call it akosejaye. Now, people do not just give birth to children and say, I have planned for my children. They don't do that. Because they understand the fact that that child is not just something they picked up. It's not a plastic bowl that they picked up and they say, I am going to use this bowl for food. The same plastic bowl can be in somebody's house and they will use it in the bathroom. No, they understand that this is a whole human being. And that human being just happened to come through them. And they are responsible to know, how do I handle this whole human being that I was given? So they go to Olodumare to ask, divine and supreme being, you made this human being. Can we have the manual? And how does Olodumare speak? Through Ifa. Ifa is the voice of Olodumare. Then Ifa tells them, this is the line of that child. This is the life of that child. And then the parents go back and start to study this new child that we have. The odor of this child is Odimeji. And then they start to study and study and study and get. So they already know at the time that that child was born. They already have an idea. So let's describe that child in a nutshell. That child, Ifa says, is going to succeed, to travel. Ore, how did they do it? How did they say it? Pé ọmọ yẹn máa rí ore nínú ìrìn àjò. Ọmọ yẹn máa lọ sí ìlú, ó máa lọ sẹ́yìn odi, ó máa bá àwọn aláwọ̀ funfun, àbáwọn aláwọ̀ míì, ó máa bá wọn ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀. Meaning that that child would be successful entrepreneur that will travel across the oceans and even do business with people of other races and other color. Ifa has said it about that child. Ifa says that child is going to work as an onishegun in medical field. Ifa says, but this child, though, this child is going to focus a lot on their work and their calling before they get married later in life and start having children later in life. This child will have success and money early, and this child will focus on that. This child has taboo of the child must not stay in their home country to keep them away from whatever it is. The child must not eat fresh fish or any form of fish whatsoever. This child must not sleep in the dark. This child is born with an old rifa that says the child must not marry more than one wife or must not be in a marriage that they have more than one wife. So if he's a man, this child must not marry more than one wife. If he's a woman, this child is not allowed to be in a polygamous relationship. That's what Yodu says. Keep tapping on your screen, please. Keep tapping, keep tapping. Thank you. Odu has described that child. Now, fast forward in another part of life, there is another child that is born. This one is a male. There is a female child that is born. Odrifa says, this girl is going to stay. She has to stay in the country where she's born. She has to, maybe she's going to be a farmer. Let's take, for instance, Ifa says, she's going to be, or Ifa says, she's going to be a Babalawo's wife. She's going to be an Akpetebi, and she's going to stay with her husband, help her husband with his spiritual practice, to make Ifa for people. There will be lots of people in her house. And because she's an Akpetebi, her husband would marry more than one wife, most likely. And Ifa says it's okay. And Ifa says she'll be a mother early. She'll get married early to the Babalawo, where she will learn Ifa and she would have children early, in the course of life. And her work is revolved around, what she's doing with her husband. She's not an Iyanifa or she's an Akpetebi. There's a difference. Akpetebi is the wife of a Babalawo and the wife of an Ifa priest. And Iyanifa is an Ifa priestess. She doesn't have to be married to an Ifa priest. So these two people are there. Now, Ifa says for this girl, she must not eat meat. Fish is what she should be eating most of the time. And for this girl, she, let's just wrap it up like that. Now, let's imagine that the Odrifa of the man is called Odimeji. That's the life of people with Odimeji. The girl's Odrifa is called Iretegbe. That's the life of people with that. Now, the two of them meet. They are in the same neighborhood, though. The two of them now meet later in life. And the guy is like, I like this girl. Mommy, tí a lọ lé wọn ká lọ kọnu ìfẹ́ sí ká sọ fún bàbá rẹ̀ pé mo fẹ́ fi ṣàyà òun ni mo fẹ́ òun èso tí mo fẹ́ lọ já nínú ilé àwọn bàbá Ifálékè nìyẹn. So she tells his mother that, I like this girl. Let's go to her father's house and go and ask for a house in hand in marriage. That's the fruit. You know how they say, we have come to cut one flower in your garden. So they get there and they okay, let's speak to the girl. The first thing they are going to be asking the girl is meet her family. Ọmọ yín Odrifa wo ló bí? That's the first thing. It's like you want to date somebody and your mother knows that you are AS. Have you checked her blood group? Have you checked her medical record? Ododo elewa in the garden. Have you checked her medical record? That's the first thing. They will ask for the Odrifa of the child. They will take both of them to Ifa. Ah, this is the Odru. By the time they read through your Odru and they say, ah, you are going to be a wife of a Babalawo. And they asked the boy, are you going to be a Babalawo? And they said, no, in his own Odrifa, they said he will travel overseas and succeed. Are they going to allow them to get married? They cannot. They cannot. So you see, the marriages that people are referring to today, and they said, our mother stayed there. There was no divorce then. This is how those marriages started. They know who is compatible with who. By the time you continue to read Odrifa, you yourself can do marriage compatibility. Once you know the Odru of this person and you know the Odru of this person, you know they don't align. Look at it now. This one, they said, don't eat snail. This one is the child of this Orisha that they say, make sure that snail is more in your food. How are the two of us going to live in the same house when they say you must not eat this, me, I must eat this? So for every time we cook, you will eat this. What if you did not wash that plate clean and snail just mistakenly enters into someone? You will give your husband a word there in the name of love. It's not going to happen. This one, they say she's going to have children early in life. She's going to be an akwetebi. The other man, they said he's going to spend the better part of his early life building his career, traveling. Then he will later meet wife and children. How? How did they match? They don't. And in this time and age, in those days, that's what they do. We don't do that anymore. So newsflash, that's the first sign of when marriages started failing. Now, another thing, which is very important. You see, when people get divorced, what is that thing that people universally say is the reason for divorce? There is one term that they use. People in America can so use that word like this. There's a phrase that they use when they say, oh, this is the reason we are filing divorce. I want to know if anybody remembers or knows that phrase. There's a phrase that is predominantly used. What's Osalogbe? Osalogbe is Osa on the right and Ogbe on the left. Abi Osa on the left, Ogbe on the right. Osa ati Omo Ogbe. That's what it's called. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you so much. Fallout of love. No, it's not fallout of love. They say irreconcilable differences. Abilala, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sheon. Irreconcilable differences. You see, that word is not just out of the blues. We are different in life. There are some differences that cannot be reconciled. We cannot merge them. They cannot just happen. It's not possible. You are water, I am oil. We cannot mix, no matter how much in love we are. We cannot. It doesn't make me a bad person. It doesn't make you a bad person. It just means we do not mix. Simple. Please help me write this thing down. 15, 16. Just write it. There's a message that is coming. 15, 16. Just write it. I'll analyze it when I'm done. You just cannot match. Meanwhile, if I'm water and I meet salt, if you sprinkle salt into water, what happens? It dissolves. You don't even know anything is there. You can literally not be able to physically separate it. But irreconcilable difference is a thing. Thank you so much for the gift. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. And you know how it is avoided? Know your difference. I know my difference. We weigh it. But as human beings, they will say, but when you were getting married, didn't you see the red flags? Yeah, you can see it, but we're talking about a human being here. There is no way just looking at somebody or just living with somebody, dating somebody for a couple of years will let you see them the way they are. You yourself, you have not seen yourself finish. There are certain things that we are living, certain life that we are living right now, that if anybody told us 20, 30, 10 years ago that this is our life, we will argue. Take me, for example. If somebody told me 20 years ago, you'll be an Ifa priest, Ifa priestess. Oh, I look like a priestess, like a princess. Thank you for the crown, the tiara. If anybody told me I'll be an Ifa priestess, I will look at the person. Legeba shandalebosh. I bind every spirit of the devil in you to the fire. That's what I would have said. I will kabash on the person's head like, I rebuke that demon in you. In the name of Jesus, be gone. I'm a child of God. I stay here. I'm rooted in Christ Jesus. I will proclaim Jesus to the end. Here am I. Ifá ti bá wa ṣe, Elédùmarè ti bá wa ṣe. Àwọn tó ṣàwòkù sẹ́yìn ti bá wa ṣe. This is me. Oh. I'm carrying Ifá on my head like this. So you yourself, you have not finished knowing yourself. You now want to think that you can know another human being to be able to say, I will spend the rest of my life with you by just looking at them, interacting with them, dating them, studying them. You want to study people. You will not graduate. It's not possible. You want to study yourself. You will not graduate in this life. Somebody said, Oromila was watching you with Kango. Really? Really? Abilala, really? Abi, really? You cannot study people. You cannot. So you need more than just studying people. You need more than just praying and twisting the arm of God into, this is the will of God for me. Then you are praying for that. It is not God. God is not Kenny. Ever since you have been praying for who to marry, has God shown you one Chinese man that you have not seen before? God will always show you people around you that you can see. Yeah. You think he's God. He's your mind. God will never. Have you ever seen somebody that say God shows them somebody that is exact opposite of what they want in this life? No. There has to be some form of spiritual some form of physical attraction before you now start praying about that person. So it's like you went to choose, you pick two people, you are now saying, God, you have to pick one of these people for me. That's what you do. You look at their family, your parents will suggest, you met them in school, you met them at work. So you are telling me that God did not create husband for some people in far, far away. You bring people to God, then you twist the arm of God into saying, then you now start to have dream. Haven't you watched movies? You are watching a movie about say for instance, you are watching Suits. It's about court and law and all of that. Don't you go and dream that you are in court, you continue the case for them in your dream? Don't you dream about it? You have thought of one sister during the day, you now dreamt, I was by the river, there was no water, then she now came with Doro and she was fetching out for me and she gave me the water, and the two of our dress now changed to tuxedo and wedding gown, and we just glued together. That's how I know that. The day you dreamt the day you dreamt that as you wanted to eat hamburger, it just turned into lion. Why didn't you go outside and tell people that the real meaning of hamburger is lion? Is for real. With the level of education and exposure that we have, we can do better for ourselves than that. Just say, I like this girl. God, this is the girl that I like. You must like her with me by force. That's what most of you are doing. Then your pastor that has calculated that girl is the daughter of a deacon in church. Otin lele, otin lo 32 koroko. Pastor Awani, that's the person you are supposed to marry. The Holy Spirit told me that that's the person you are supposed to marry. Yeah. I'm not saying there's no Holy Spirit. I'm not saying Holy Spirit is not talking to people. But please, can we base our life on something more concrete? On something that we can check, on something that we can double check. You can ask me as an Yanifa today, Yanifa, these two people are in my life. I don't know which one. I like the two of them. The same day you are asking me, ask another Yanifa in the US. Ask another Babalawo in Australia. Ask another Babalawo in Brazil, in Nevada, in Oshogbo. It might not be the same Odrifa that will come out, but it's the same result. If none of them is good, it will tell you, every one of us will tell us, asking at that same time, every one of us will tell you that it is not. And if it is, no matter the Odrifa, different Odrifa talks about the same thing now. No matter the Odrifa that comes out, that's what it's going to be. So let's continue. So they do all of this and they get married. And because the woman is supposed to be an Apetebi, they have said it in her Odu. She will get married to a Babalawo, living her natural life alongside her husband, living his natural life. Excuse me, they are both happening naturally and they are both fulfilling destiny. Naturally just happening. Now, tell me the chances that such people are going to have problems. I mean, human beings will always have disputes here and there. Tell me the percentage of chance that they will end up in irreconcilable differences. The percentage is low. The percentage is low. In those days that you are referring to, men understood the spiritual authority of women. Thank you very much for that gift. Men understood the spiritual authority of women and they were not subjecting women to, you have to submit to me. I have to dominate. You see all of this confusion about the male and female gender. Excuse me, it came with westernization. It came with westernization. It came with the set of people that could not wrap their head around the fact that how can one gender just be favored by the universe like this? Somebody said Bible was written by men that had daddy issues. Trust me, it was. Another question I had when I was younger was, why do we use the pronoun he for God? How do we know that God is he? I asked that question when I was young. Why is he? Why is he not she? Do spirits have gender? When Jesus came into this world, why did he have to come as a man? Why is all of those things attributed to men alone? Why? People that had gender issues, people that had daddy issues, people that had egocentric people, they came to write something to just favor them. Before they came up with that idea, the men in Africa understood the place of women, Western influence and religion. They even write that when they came, they were amazed how wife and husband were so in sync. Yeah. They wrote it to favor them. It was a bunch of men. They had to write the narrative for men. But before then, our parents, our forefathers existed in a world where they understood the place of women. Everybody understood their place. Nobody was struggling with gender roles. People understood themselves. I have talked about an Odrifa. Orunmila was going to marry She Olobilu woman Enje, the woman that Orunmila said. Orunmila was going to marry that woman. And the Ifa divination said, as you marry this woman, set her up in the business of kola nuts. It went down in history that that woman was a mighty cash crop investor and business tycoon. She was one of the wives of Orunmila. She started her Obi business and it grew. Think about kola nuts. It is still a cash crop, but think about kola nuts back in the day. She expanded to become that woman that expanded to become. You think she's the woman that will come home and be scrubbing floor and be cooking and be doing like this? No. The majority part of her life was focused on that cash crop. Orunmila was told to set it up for her because that was her own destiny. And he was not struggling with it. My wife will now have more money than me. She will not be submissive again. She cannot come into the house to cook again. and they now sold you Proverbs chapter 31 woman. Proverbs chapter 31. Oh. We will come to Proverbs chapter 31 woman in another video. But today, this is the way our forefathers that you are referring to, the men that are campaigning for. Women were not like this in those days. That is why they stayed in their marriage. They stayed in their marriage because that's where they were supposed to be. Now, does that mean they didn't have problems? Every human being has problems. Flaws is a part of human life. And anytime there was a flaw, they go to Ifa to find out. Just like the old Ifa we treated during one of the Ashe for today. Orishanla, Obatala, he was beginning to suspect something was not going on well with his wife. This is my wife, she's moving funny. And she went to Ifa to ask, and Ifa confirmed that, your wife is cheating. Yeah. Babe is committing adultery. She's cheating. In fact, she was on her way to the farm that day. Said she was on her way. Would refine any Okodon law, you fellow Dokoni, if you know what that means. She was on her way to collect another round from her lover man. If Obatala was not suspecting anything, do people just wake up in the morning to go and do divination about their wife to check if their wife is cheating? He was suspecting something. So back in the day, when things were looking funny, where do they go? To Ifa. Ifa did not tell Obatala to divorce her. Mm-hmm. Those of you that are asking, if a woman is cheating, I cannot let her stay. Obatala is Orishala. Obatala is the superior of the Orishas, if we are supposed to put hierarchy. Obatala is the one that created this human body and these bodies that we are seeing. Ifa says Obatala should do Ebo, tell his wife to make Ebo so that she will not buy, so that she will not on leave, so that her life will not end. As a result of what she's doing, Ifa says make Ebo so that you will not get the consequence of this action. The same old Ifa that spoke about the wife now still went to speak about the lover and told Orishala, go and tell the lover. He mentioned the name of the man that his wife was cheating with. Go and tell him to make Ebo so that he will not unlive, so that he will not die. And Obatala went to tell him, and the man did the Ebo. That's the marriage that people used to have in those days. Men don't want to hear that part. That is the marriage. Men fought for their marriage. They saved their marriage. So when you are referring to the marriage of our ancestors, this is what it looks like. It's always easy to lie on people that won't talk back now. I don't know why the Holy Spirit is also quiet. So that's an example. So dear 2025 men, how many of you can be suspecting your wife? Then you go to find out that she's actually cheating, and you find out the name of the person that she's cheating with. And I tell you as an Iyanifa, I said, see, your wife is cheating on. But you have to do this to an able so that she will not have problems. She will not, when people cheat, this is what happens to them. And then this is the name of the man your wife is cheating with. His name is Chinedu Eket. So you are also going to tell Chinedu Eket to do Ebo, or you do it for him. How many of you will listen to me? You that you are looking for women are too materialistic. Women, how many of you we cannot repent on that one yet? Mr. Mike said, I rebuke you. Oh my God. Wow. Someone said, oh my goodness, I cannot even imagine this in the comment section. Excuse me. I cannot imagine these are the people that have been teaching. All the sermon I've been preaching to you, you cannot have love. You see? That is the marriage of the olden days. So you see that old Rifa, do you know how many people, how many men has found out that their wife is cheating? And that's the old Rifa that came out and they did it. But they will not tell you. History will not tell you that. The man will just put mago on his wife. Man, men and temper now. As you see how they went off, it's just example. We just said in the example, see all of them. His example in the example. See how you people have lost home training. Just example. Just small play that we are playing with you right now. You have just gone. You have it's Jumagun. Someone said, okay, it's just example. Jumagun live streaming by. Be calming down, it's just example. But the real situation is, you see, when people say men are polygamous in nature, even women are polygamous, people are polygamous in nature. When men cheat, they still love their husband. Yemo is the name of that woman. She cheated on Obatala, she still loved him. She still stayed in his house now. She was still cooking for him. But Obatala was like, something is happening now. This something is happening now. And he went to find out. So yes, this is the definition of the type of marriage that our forefathers have. Sorry, I'm trying to do this puzzle. This is the definition of the marriage of our forefathers. Men and women, thank you so much for the compliment. Men and women alike, they fought for their marriages. They fought for their home. And that is what Ifa teaches. Now, I'm not saying that in every situation, Ifa will say, but if that old Ifa is what comes out from you, honestly, if that is the Odu that comes out for you, you will do it. And people did not argue with Ifa. A lot of them did exactly what Ifa asked them to do. Sure, you see? So if we want to have that marriage, it's not one-sided. We go in the path of Ifa. Now, that woman was mentioned in so many other old Ifa. She contributed a lot to the work that Orunmila came to do. Yes, she cheated, but she still loved her husband. She was still supporting her husband's ministry. Yeah. And she still loved her husband. So you see why we're saying that. You see all these things they sold to you is not, that's not what it is. Now let's put that aside. I just gave you an example of when people are cheating. Let's go to the part of polygamy and monogamy. There are some old refers that say that people can marry more than one wife. Can marry. Someone say, why do women cheat? Do we really want to talk about that though? Do we really want to talk about that? Do you want to know? Are you sure you want to know? Anyways, so we're talking monogamy and polygamy. Now, it is something that is default with people. The life that they have come to live and to happen with, that's the way it is. The old rifa that gave birth to them. For some people, polygamy is allowed. For some people, monogamy strictly. Odrifa Oyekumeji strictly forbids that man for having multiple lovers. He is not allowed to be in relationship with different women. Then you, dear man, in 2025, that you want to justify, our forefather is church that brought this idea. No. Látijọ́ táláyé ti dáyé ni àwọn èèyàn ti lè ṣe, wọ́n ti lè níyàwó méjì kí ẹni yìí níyàwó kan. And let me tell you, I'm still researching on, but I'm trying to dig out why people think when Odrifa talks about polygamy, it only talks about men. When Odrifa talks about having more than one partner, why do people think it only talked about men? I think that is also what Abby, why did you say that? He said, go and marry a Jogbe woman, you will know. Abby, why did you say that? Why did you say that? I would hope that Odrifa does, you hope that Odrifa does not come out. Abby, please, why did you say go and marry a Jogbe woman, you will know? Even some of us men, if I want us not to commit adultery, exactly. Abby said something that is worthy of note, which was where I was coming to. I'm sure that person was trying to respond to the person that says, why do women cheat? Which is the part I was coming to that says, how are we sure that every time Odrifa says this person will have more than one partner, he was actually referring to men and not both genders? Because in this time and age, when we talk about marriage and monogamy and polygamy, we talk about men alone. And remember that a lot of things has changed over the last century, post-colonial period, post-slave trade, post-westernization, and it has been men-focused. So I was going to say that one day, so if AG Elemere men marry more than one wife, why not women? That was what I was going to even, that was what I was saying. So trust me, before all of this westernization, women had more than one husband. There are certain women that did. And it was just a normal thing. It was just a normal thing. It was just a normal thing. Civilization and Christianity that sold you the narrative of monogamy. There is a reason they sold you that narrative and they struck out polyandry in every form that it could exist. We will get there. We are getting there step by step. We are getting there step by step. So, but that's not the bone of contention today. As we study Ifa, as we are all of us are looking into Ifa gradually, we will get there. So people know when they know they are Odru. If your Odrifa is a Jiogbe, polygamy is a part of you. Even if you don't want to marry, something will happen that you take a second wife. Sha. I have a dear friend who is on that. He's sitting pretty on that table right now. He came into Ifa as a pastor too. And right now, his Odu says he's gonna have, and he was already married to a pastor's wife. I mean, his wife was a pastor's wife while he was, and he's here. He and his wife are trying to figure out when they are coming to accept that polygamy is what is going to happen with them. But if Odrifa or Yekumeji is the one that birthed you, you cannot try it. So imagine that you that is born with a Jiogbe now fall in love with someone that is Oyekumeji. As far as you are concerned, that person is cheating by wanting, that person is greedy by wanting. Someone says, my grandmother has 3 husbands and they all love her destiny and she has children with all of them. They all love her dearly, and she had children with all of them. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that. I like real stories like that. So you can imagine that if you are a Jiogbe and your partner is Oyekumeji, that's their Odu. You as a Jiogbe, you are just happening naturally when you want to explore other people. You want to be committed to other people. But your partner that is Oyekumeji does not understand why that would be. Are you saying that I'm not enough for you? Why can't you not love me alone? You are a very greedy man. What else do I want to do to satisfy you? Or flip it to the woman. You're a very greedy woman. What more does a man want? You cannot satisfy women. Some people are just too much for one person to satisfy. Some people are just too much. The energy with which they are happening. If you know what a Jiogbe is, a Jiogbe ni Baba Ifa, a Jiogbe is the masculine energy that breath every other Odu. The energy of those people is too much for one partner to be able to say, I can be everything. You just hold on. Please hold on. Please hold on. All right. YouTube, can you hear me now? Those of you on YouTube, can you hear me now? Please, I need to be sure you can hear me on YouTube. Can you hear me now? Still not yet. So how did you? Okay, except you are filming on two devices. YouTube, can you hear me now? Yes, but faintly. Okay. Can you hear me now? This mic seems to be a little faint. Is it clear now? Is it loud? Is it clear? YouTube, I need response. I need response, please, if you're on YouTube. Yes, it's better. Okay. So I was saying that if the reason your wife or your husband is not going to cheat on you is because they love you, there's a problem. Why? Because one day you will do something that will just make them not to love you. I don't want to use the word hate, but one day you will do something. One day that love will not be enough, which is why people say love is not enough to sustain a marriage. So, except if there is something higher that is at stake, something as high as if they cheat on you, it's going to affect their destiny, their life, and it's going to bring consequences into their life. That is when it becomes concrete. That is when it is something that you can bank on. But if the only thing you are banking on is that they love, they will not cheat. No, even you don't always love yourself, because if you always love yourself, there are some stupid decisions you have taken that you would not have taken, let alone somebody else. There are sometimes when you will be offered something that is to your advantage and you'll be like, oh, it's just one night stand, let me do it and get it. Not that you wanted to hurt them, but the options I was giving to you as a human being. Imagine that there's a child in the hospital and there's no money to take care, and it's both of you's child, and your wife is offered 10 million naira to fix that medical issue by her boss, and her boss says, just enter into the office, let's quickly do it, and I will give it to you. You think she's not going to do it? There's very high tendency that she will do it. And she will justify it around we needed to save the life of this child. Babe, it's just one night. Would you rather have that than situations happen every day? But when that person knows, imagine that the boss that she wants to sleep with, she's aware that that boss has HIV/AIDS, and the boss is requesting unprotected X, offering her 10 million. You think she will risk HIV/AIDS? One child is already sick. She will now enter into another sickness. You think she's going to do it? She's not likely to do it. If they tell her that when you are in this moment of intimacy with this man, is going to be filmed and showed to everybody in your church or everybody everywhere. They are going to be live streaming it. A woman of value, she's not likely to say no. I mean, she's not likely to say yes. If she finds out that the man stole the money, and the moment she takes that money in exchange for X, the cops are waiting down to waiting outside to put her in a handcuff and sentence her to 10 years imprisonment, she's not likely to do it. So when people have concrete things at stake, that is what you can bank on. That is what you can bank on. So except if the reason that your partner does not engage in multiple ex-partners is because it is against their life and their lineage, that's not something concrete. So if you are somebody that is not open to polygamy, do not go and find a partner with somebody that naturally happens like that and be expecting them to give you something they cannot naturally give. It doesn't make them bad people, it just makes them people that are different from you. Keep tapping on your screen, please. It just makes them different from you. And you need to understand that Olodumare created people differently. Different is not a good or bad, it's called difference. And sometimes those differences cannot be reconciled, and it will end in a divorce. So that is one of the reasons that has put divorce rates high these days. Because the differences that people have, they don't even know it. This woman is going through a period, she's naturally, her destiny is that she would work, she will build businesses and do this and have children a little later on in life. You don't go marry somebody that needs children today. You don't. You marry somebody whose destiny is designed to build career and build businesses and blah blah blah. Their focus is on their work. You, that you're a family oriented person, you will now marry that person and constantly gaslight them into, what kind of woman are you that will choose career over children? People can choose career over children, it's a choice. People can, it doesn't make them bad people. Let me explain to you, it does not make them bad people. Someone said maybe all these Femi people are Ejiobe. Maybe they are Ejiobe, and they should go and look for their fellow Ejiobe people. They should leave those of us whose life is built towards the other side. When people choose business, certain times in their life, they choose business over having children or raising family. They are not bad people. That is just the way they are wired. They are happening with what they came into this life to. Oh, is it their money that we keep them in the old age? They will die unhappy. Oh, a lot of people's life will end unhappy. Even people that have children. Oh, they will at the end of the day, they will grow old and leave this world alone. Nobody is planning to take anybody with him going out of this world, anyways. People that have children too, they will bury them alone. Whether somebody has children in this world or not, trust me, nobody goes into the grave alone. At least six people will carry them inside there. At least there will be six people. It's not six people that used to carry people. It's not six. Or how many people? Four. I think it's four. Four. There will shall be that four people there, sha. Nobody is going alone. There will be people that will come there and sing and dance, whether they are their children or not. I was not there when they buried my father. I was far away in the US. I couldn't fly at the time. My younger brother was not there. My father had only two biological children. Unfortunately, both of us were not there, and he was buried. People were there that buried him. Not there alone. You not go alone. So instead of you to bring people into your life that their destiny does not align with yours, then you start to gaslight them into some people in their odu. The men they are going to marry will spoil them and pamper them. They will stay at home. They will just marry and just raise children. I've read some. I look at those old youth and I'm like, wow, some women just came to this world, Sha, to just be pampered. If you marry such women and you do not have the wherewithal to sit down and pamper and spoil other people and spoil them, you will not gaslight them into suffering with you. It does not make them good people. The definition of a good woman is not someone that suffered with you. The definition of a good man is not the man that that wants you to suffer. The definition of a good man to you is the one that aligns with your destiny to fulfill your destiny. The definition of a good man to you is different from the definition of a good man to somebody else. Some people don't want to have children in this life. Some people's life is they are what drives them is success. They have been like that since childhood. So if you do not want a partner that is driven by success, that their life is all about, I want to conquer this, I want to do this, as I get this money, I want to be able to give children in the world. They don't care about having their own. They just want to be able to take care of other children. Do not, do not bring them into your life and start to gaslight them into loving what you love. No, before they married you, they were individuals that had destiny. Akosejaye was supposed to have been done for them as people to know their path in this life before they met you. Thank you so much for that prayer. Ashe, Ashe. What's the name of that person? Aye, something, something, Temitope. Eshe o. Aye do. So that is why you think that you thought that our forefathers just picked random women and forced them into a life that they want and they just obeyed and they were quiet. No, they picked women that aligned with them so that that woman will naturally happen in her own state and they will still do life together. And when they had problems, they asked Ifa, and Ifa taught them how to fix it. My sister does not want children. She wants to love her nieces and her nephew. Oh, my husband does not want children. So he had always known that he had to find a woman that already had children or one that doesn't want to have children. So he met me and I already have children. And he met me at the point in my life where I don't want any more children. And we're going to live happily ever after. And nobody is going to gaslight anybody into. You need a child of your own. You need a child. A friend of mine says she does not want to pass the choices that she's making right now into the life of anybody because she's making a lot of bad choices. She wants it to end with her. She doesn't want anybody to be reaping what she has sown in the bad choices. But the good ones she wants to give to her nephew and her nieces. As funny as that sounds, it's okay if people feel like that. So you don't marry somebody that feels like that and force them and shame them because they do not want that. Ayedun Temitope, thank you so much. So you see, this is one of the major reasons that he did not. You cannot marry a woman like me and expect me to be in your kitchen. What's going on in your kitchen? You can't. I don't even like cooking. I don't like it. When I was younger, I used to tell my dad that I don't understand how a woman will go to the market. Back in the day, it was market, Bodija market in Ibadan. I don't know if they have restructured that market or
Rainy season, that market was a, and then people selling rice are here. The one selling yam, one is sale long. Vegetable is here, beans is there. Everybody was just scattered. Then you will roam that market from morning to afternoon. You will buy, you will bring it home. Then you now start to sort out the pepper and the tomato and the rodo, and then you still carry it and go and grind it. Then you come back and then you start cooking. Then when you are done cooking, you now carry the food to go and give your family members. They will eat. They will now have the audacity to still drop dirty plates in the kitchen for you to wash. I told my dad, I can't, I don't understand how that has my life. My father said, "Hey, yo, I want rally they wish." When I was having this conversation with my daddy, I was in GS3. I cannot see. Go and watch your mother when she's cooking. Go and pay attention. I hated it. I didn't like it as a person. It just didn't mix because in my head, I wanted to conquer the world. I wanted to make impact. I wanted to build businesses. I just had this thing in my head that made me feel like I had more to come and do in this life than this. I cannot, it's not me. But I have people that love it though. I have a dear friend. She's I told her, I said, when I grow up, I want to be her husband because she buys the best of food. She will cook it, different soups. She enjoys it. And she ended up building a business around it. And she's thriving in that business. She enjoys going to the market. She will leave Island and go to Oyinbo market. She will go to Shasha. She will go to Kinikon. She knows where they sell fruit cheapest. She knows where to buy meat cheapest. She knows, and she will go in public transports with all the noise. She will buy everything. And she will come and sis, I'm going to market, send money. I can send money. I have money. She's the one that does it. And she will still ask, hey sis, this vegetable, if you're going to cook it, you have to add, I'm not going to cook it. You are the one that is going to. God has blessed me with that amazing friend. I love her with every fiber of my being. She enjoys what she's doing. She was born to do this. She will do this no matter how. Sometimes her husband is watching her on the camera from work and he's like, can you go and sit down? You've been standing. No, no, no. I just want to cook this soup. 7 different soup. She enjoys it. She has built a business around it. People love her for it. If you are a man that wants that kind of woman, you don't have any business with me. You will not marry me and then be gaslighting me into your mates are cooking. Women are supposed to cook. If you love it, I've dated somebody that I almost slapped his face. I'm not a violent person, but I've already told you I not like cooking. You said it's okay, it doesn't matter. You do a lot of things, you are busy. Then you now wake up on there, babe. Do you know what's going to make me happy today? And mind you, the person was a babalawo too. Do you know what's going to make me happy today? If you can just fry egg for me, this bread I want to. I'm in the middle of a consultation with a client. After that consultation, some of you don't know that I still have real life businesses. When I mean real life, I mean that doesn't have anything to do with spirituality. Real business in different countries that I still run, that I head, that has to make profits, that I have to look into what my staff is doing, that I have to strategize on how to expand. You say I should now leave down, I should go and fry it. Babe, if you fry it, I love you whether I fry this egg or not. But babe, at least this once. I said, dude, you are not going to do that. Because I told you already I'm not going to do this. I said, let's employ somebody that will do it. I will pay the person. I will get professional chef that will come and cook whatever you feel like cooking or eating. No, I just want to taste it from my wife. It's not gonna make any. And he got into a heated argument and I knew that day that we are both wasting our time. Meanwhile, somebody will ask, didn't Ifa tell you? Ifa said it. Ifa said, This relationship, you're a good person, is a good person, but there's going to be a lot of fighting and arguing in this relationship. If I said fighting and arguing, I just felt every relationship had fighting and arguing. He was a fine guy, good looking, very romantic, very romantic. You know, these emotional guys that will cry over every little thing, that will always check up on you, and I love those kind of things. He had all of that. And he didn't mind the fact that I had kids, and his mother too loved me like life. But if I said there was going to be fights, when this fight starts over something that we have obviously talked about these things, at the end of the day, we had to leave. Now, it doesn't make me a bad person. It doesn't make him a bad person. It just means we have irreconcilable difference. I will not become somebody that likes to cook today just because I have to find somebody who doesn't. And my husband cannot boil indomie to save his life. Boil indomie to save. He doesn't understand why people should do it. He doesn't like it. He cannot stay with you in the kitchen and be saying, "Oh, because I love my," he doesn't like it. So that makes two of us, because I don't either. He's not me plug good. I don't either. So as far as he's concerned, it's okay for us to employ people, not even one person. We can employ somebody that does traditional food. We can employ somebody that will just come, that will just cook intercontinental dish, and we will eat it and we will be happy, despite the fact that none of us were a part of it. So instead of you to become that man in 2025 that is saying that women are too materialistic, there are still women that are not. Look for one that aligns with your destiny and do life with that person. The person whose purpose is yours and yours is theirs. Somebody said, I was blessed with a man that cooks. I love you and I love your husband for it. There is no such thing as wife material. Everybody's material is different. This one is chiffon. There's another one called Ankara. There is cotton. There is nylon. Different materials in different yards. Some material is by 60. Some is by 36. It does not invalidate it. They pack Ankara in 6 yards, Abi, and they pack lace in 5 yards. Does that mean Ankara is superior to lace or lace is superior to Ankara? No, they are just different. So if you are looking for wife material, there is no strict definition of wife material or husband material. And you two women, you don't go and bring somebody, say yes to somebody's husband, then you start to compare him with your friend. See what my friend's husband, go and marry your friend's husband, go and be second wife, or go and snatch her from her. Don't stress another person's son. Before he met you, he had dreams to fulfill. You said yes to him. Oh. You said yes to him. Now you are talking about how ah, every day is always women, it's always women. You knew how many girls were flocking around him at the time you were dating him before he picked you. You now think before you get married, women will stop flocking around him? No. Women will continue to flock around him. My husband and we're always talking about this. And he says, the number of men that are in my DM, first of all, it keeps increasing by the day. Oh, I like you so much. You know, I'm married. Some imagine somebody telling you, I was watching your video on YouTube with my wife. I didn't even hear anything you were saying. I was just looking at your face. And you see that dress you are wearing? I was trying to look into the dress. I like your shape. You are seeing shape in me that I'm always wearing. All my clothes are covered. That's what the man is seeing. So some of them will come, let me do this for you, let me do that for you. I know why they are doing it. And my husband says, it's not possible for you to look like this, be this spiritual, this independent, this eloquent, this intelligent, and I'm the only one that will see you. No. The same way I saw you, I was looking at you, so many happy, so it's normal. And I told him, I said, you too. You're a fine boy, you're a spiritualist, you're a broad spiritualist. People will. So you see, it is just a normal thing. Both of us have come to accept the fact that it's a normal thing. Men will come around you and women will come around him too. Somebody was in his DM the other day saying, um, I want to do a spiritual consultation, but not yet. But between now and when I'm ready, can we just be friends? Can we just be talking, once in a while? That one does not have spiritual problem. If you have spiritual problem, you tell the person, I want to come and do consultation, but hold on a bit. When we are ready, between now, let's be friends. We know what you are looking for, auntie. But we came prepared. We have your size. We know you. I'm not going to fight my husband because of that. I'm not going to start to watch his phone because of that. I'm not going to, because I understand the person. I understand the old refer that birthed the person that I'm with. Ah, I understand it. So there are certain things that I'm good, and it is somebody like me that can happen naturally with that, because it's happening to me too. It's happening to me too. There was a time that I used to block them. I realized that it's my clients I'm blocking. Some of them are my helpers, so let me not block them, but we'll just make it straight. We'll draw the line, we'll set the boundaries. When they start to say things, like somebody sent me a message one day, was like, thank you so much, ma. At this point, you are the love of my life. You are the one that says, excuse me, sir. I'm not the love of your life. Let's draw a line there. Yes, I'm your spiritualist. You have dreams that one woman is coming to save you in the future, and maybe I happen to be that woman. We give glory to Olodumare. We will just draw the boundaries. But if you're somebody that are bono, you will not go and pick a woman that even another woman will look at her and be like, "Hey, God, they create almost that curves and see that shape." Another woman will look at her and we undress her in 2 minutes, not because she's lesbian, but because she's like, I just want to see what that body looks like so that I can have that image and go and work out to get it. You now marry that kind of woman. You are now talking about, who is that man that is always sending you a message? He's always one man or the other. Mommy, what's so fun? She doesn't even have friends that are girls. He's always men, he's always men. Meanwhile, you are one out of 246 that was asking her out at the time. You don't do things like that. It's religion that told you to go and grab somebody and then twist their arm into marriage and twist the arm of God into making them stay. That's not how it is. So if you want to know why the marriage of our forefathers worked, this is the reason that it worked. They understood things. They understood compatibility. They depended on something that was more than them, something that was highly spiritual to inform their compatibility. So when marriages are breaking and children that are products of those marriages are going through mental and emotional stress, is not God. It is not God. And it's not the devil. It's you people that just refuse to go the right way. You don't even know your destiny, yet you want to come and add somebody else. Men are supposed to be leaders, women are supposed to be followers. Where are you leading us to? Uncle, where are you going? Because the last time I checked, you don't even know where you're going. So I'm sorry if I don't allow you to lead me, because for some of you, me, I know where I'm going more than some of you do. I have an idea of what my life is, and I'm mapping it out and I'm doing it. So if you want to marry women like me, women that are happening like this, you have to first of all get your own act together and know where you are going. And let's see that you know where you are going. We can fall in love with you, yes, but there are certain things we will not allow you to take decisions. We know you are still growing and we don't have a problem with it. We love you, we fell in love with you, we married you. But there are things that we will do that we're not going to take decisions from you. Please keep tapping. Thank you very much. Oh, are you going to okay, Joe, continue. Don't worry, we'll soon round off. I have another program later this evening. So you see these things, I'm sure you have learned a lot. The balance of Ifa is blowing your mind. Yes. The balance of Ifa is blowing my mind. Something of centuries ago. You see, Ifa is something of centuries ago, but do you know why Ifa can never be outdated? Because we are all recycling life. The life that you and I have lived today, some other people have lived the exact same life centuries. We are just recycling life. There is nothing new anywhere. We are just recycling life. There's nothing new anywhere. Nothing new anywhere. There is no situation you find yourself that the Odifa has not talked about. There is no question you want to ask that the Odifa does not have answer to. People have lived it before, and this is how they were able to go through it successfully, and it was recorded for us. That Odu that birthed you, that Odu has birthed so many other people. And Ifa has recorded those that obeyed and those that did not obey, those that listened and those that did not listen. We saw the end of those that did not listen. So, because of that, we will listen. But because they know that we had the cheat sheet and the manual to life, they hid it from us. So, if there is any brilliant mind here, you know this thing is past, present, and future. Exactly. I love this. We should always cherish and appreciate ours. Past, present, and future. That is what IFA is. So trust me, those discoveries that we think that they're going to make in the future, and people will come and announce somebody just discovered something, is already in IFA. Is right there in IFA. It is right there. It is there. So when we study it, we can be steps ahead of life. Steps ahead of life. Steps ahead of life. Now, in the vein of talking about marriage, let me wrap it up by saying this. If you make an IFA divination today about people, somebody to get married, you meet people that are asking you out as a woman, or you meet people that are asking you out as a man, or you meet people that you just think you can do life with them, and then you ask, and IFA says, "Oh, this one is a better person." I need you to understand something. The concept of soulmates, marriage made from heaven, this person was made for you, it's a fallacy. It's false. It doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a soulmate that was made for you from heaven. Nah, it doesn't happen. That idea is how people are locked into relationships and marriages that is not working, with the hope that they're not going to find somebody else out there because this person is their soulmate. No. There is just that person that aligns with you. And that is, you see, this is how it works. If you want to create a soulmate, find somebody that aligns with you and you align with. Let that person be 110% committed to that relationship and that alignment. And you too be 100% committed to that relationship and alignment. You just created a soulmate. You just created a soulmate. You just created a twin flame. You just created a marriage made in heaven. But because Odrifa says, Beni Sheri, ọ̀la lè má rí bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnla ọmọ ìyá wọn gan lè má sunwọ̀n. Òun ló mú babaláwo dífá ọ̀rọ̀ run wọn. The way today is, tomorrow might not be like that. In that marriage, change is the only constant thing. And because Ifa is real, practical, because Ifa understands that change is the only constant thing in life, Ifa gives you the allowance to say, come back and check. Oh, yes, we have said this person is the best for you out of these three options. This person aligns with you. But the person can change. The person can decide to throw away sense one day like that. The person can decide to say, I no longer want to fulfill destiny. I just want to go and do anything. If I says it's okay for you to come back and ask, this person, my husband is not because I don't understand. This is not the person I got married to. This is not the plan that we had. It's okay to come back to Ifa to ask. Ifa says you can come back to ask. And Ifa can look, Olodumare will speak to you and say, oh, concerning this is the reason this is happening. Just be a little patient. The person is going through some things. It's already in their path that they will go through some kind of awakening or change at some point, but it's not going to turn out bad. It's going to end well. But within that period, these are the instructions you have as their partner. These are the Etutu and Ebo you have to do. And then you stay and then you follow them through it. And then you still keep checking. And sometimes you might have to speak to them about it too. And you both navigate it. And there are sometimes when the old rifa will say, ah, see this direction that this woman is taking. Will it favor her rara? At this point, it's okay to say, maybe in Olúwa ràn wá lọ́wọ́. It's okay. It's okay. It is okay. There are some times when Ifa says that journey is no longer profitable to you. Or give that person distance and space. It's okay to separate. When they are done fixing whatever they think that they just found right now, and you are still there and you are still on the same way, you can come back again. It is okay for marriages to go this way, for better, for worse. Please, those of you that have attended Yoruba wedding, I don't mean Yoruba weddings that they bring church to, Yoruba traditional wedding that they bring Bible and pastor. That's not Yoruba tradition. Bible is not Yoruba tradition. I mean proper Yoruba traditional wedding. Those of you that has attended proper African traditional wedding, did you see anybody taking vows of for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, till end of life do us part? Please, have you ever heard it before? I'm waiting, no. Have you ever heard it before? There is nothing like that. There is nothing like that. There is nothing like that because it's not a real thing. It's not a real thing because you are going there. You are going there as long as this thing is working and aligning with you. That's where you are going to be there. This person is working with you to fulfill life. The day they say they don't want to do that anymore, you have the right to say, please help me check. This person said they no longer want to do this. Can I stay with them? Can I not stay with them? If Ifa says no, you cannot stay with them, you leave. And that's okay. That is okay. The only painful part of it is the children that would affect. But I saw a video on YouTube, on TikTok a couple of days ago. Children that were surprising their stepfathers by adding their stepfather's last name to their name at graduation. Like the man was at his stepdaughter's graduation ceremony and they called her out with her name and his last name. She was just graduating what's it called? High school. She's like 16. And she instructed that she wanted her stepfather's last name. Some stepfathers are some stepfathers are way better than their biological fathers. So when people say, when there's a divorce and there's a break, if that thing ended by natural course, they will find somebody else that will take care of those children the way they are supposed to be taken care of. You just watch how it will play out. Just watch how it's going to play out. Some people, some single mothers and fathers have raised children better than they could have with their partners. Those children turned out better. So if they are lying to you that the reason you should stay there is because of children, I will show you a million and one children that are adults today that have to go through therapy to heal from the marriages of their parents that they saw and experienced. You are one of them. You are one of them. Look back at what is triggering you and traumatizing you and messing you up mentally, physically, emotionally, and psychologically. Your parents' marriage that you saw, that they forced themselves to stay together. What that marriage did or did not do. So, excuse me, there are sometimes that divorce, African tradition understands that there are sometimes that divorce is better than staying married. There is no for better for worse in traditional wedding. You know the prayer they pray, ìwúre tó máa ń ṣe fún wọn. Elédùmarè á ṣe yín lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ ara yín kalẹ̀. Please keep tapping on your screen. You guys, you see the way you pause, you are telling the algorithm that you are not enjoying this thing again. No. That's the way TikTok is. You understand? Please keep tapping on your screen. Keep tapping on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing, keep your gifts coming in. We're rounding off right now. Thank you so much. They make Iwure that Eledumare ma sheyin lore ara yin kale, meaning that Eledumare will make you friends till old age. Friends till old age. Friendship is a connection. You are not friends. You can never define friendship as a relationship you have with somebody who is not aligning with you, who does not bring good things with you, who you are forcing to be in your life. You would like to do a consultation, please post the WhatsApp number. Where is the Imbolewa or Eba? Post WhatsApp number. Post the WhatsApp number. Yeah, that's the WhatsApp number showing on your screen. It has been pinned on the screen. So it will tell you when you make that iwuri and they say Eledumare ma seyin lore ara yin, when you define what friendship is, that is the experience you are supposed to be having in marriage. Friendship. Do friends have misunderstanding? Yes. But there is something that is fundamentally describing friendship, that togetherness, that oneness. Nobody is in a friend talking about how you are supposed to be subjective to me. I'm supposed to control you. I'm supposed to lead you. That's not friendship. You too, you know, all those your friends that you always want to be. You know that the reason you are still there with them is because maybe because of what you are getting from them. Her father is this. You know that she'll be able to speak good faith. Deep down, that's not your friend. You know your friends. You know the definition of friendship. That is what marriage is supposed to be. You are friends with somebody that aligns with you, somebody that you are comfortable with, somebody that is comfortable with you, somebody that you can be open with, not somebody that is leader follower, employer employee, lord and servant, head and neck. You are friends with it, even if your friend is older. Some of you have older friends. They are richer, they are more mature, they are more educated, but you are just friends. You just flow naturally. That is what our forefathers had as marriage. So the reason that the divorce rate is this high, yeah, the screen is better on TikTok. Yeah, I think it's the device. It's the device. So the reason people are experiencing that is not because women just woke up in 2025, and it's because things are no longer aligning. They are no longer aligning. It's because things are no longer aligned. You don't know your purpose. Your wife does not know her purpose. Imagine people that don't know their genotype. Then they marry and they give birth to an SS child. And they are now wondering in the olden days, people did not used to carry children to the hospital like this. It's nowadays, not in the olden days. It's because the two of you was not to go and do check your medical record. We are not smart enough to check your medical history and to do the required tests. And we know that it's not only SS that is the product of wrong blood group. There's so many other health conditions. So if you can check on health conditions, please also check on your spiritual condition. Check on your spiritual DNA, your destiny DNA before you pick that person. And as you have picked them, continue to check if they still align with you. If they don't, fix it ahead. Sometimes when you do consultation for your marriage, nothing is happening. You just want to be able to be 10 steps ahead if something is going to happen. Odrifa says, there's a decision that your husband is about to make something. You start to make sure that they don't make the wrong decisions. That is why you have Ifa. That is how relationship was better. I'll wrap up with saying this. I have time for Christians today. The definition of what Christians call marriage, emphasis on Christians. The definition of what they call marriage is an unrealistic expectation of each other. It's a role play. As long as you can play that role, you're good. It's role play. Now think about it. Christians talk about fornication and adultery. And if you want to get married, they can't marry you as a pregnant lady. If you're pregnant before married, nobody's going to join you with that person. But Christianity does not demand virginity tests when join people together. That would be outrageous, right? But they demand pregnancy tests. How did pregnancy happen? Because there was there was intimacy. That's why pregnancy happened. Nobody talks about that at the point of getting married. So a girl can engage in fornication and get pregnant and remove it, terminate it, and she will be married. But the girl that decides not to terminate it is the one that will be publicly shamed. Some pastor kid, I don't want to call him a man, some pastor kid somewhere, Assistant Jesus is talking about how Toke is married and she's calling the name of God to it because she did not show us her husband. But how did she have why are they angry? Because they think she fornicated, right? So they mustn't bring God into it. But the girl that is on the choir altar every day singing, nobody knows whether she has committed fornication before she came to sing. The Spirit of God will just flow naturally, irrespective of what you have done. It's not practical. And then I do not understand why Christianity places so much emphasis on fornication, adultery, sin that has to do with X. As far as they are concerned, homosexuality is also a sin. Why do they place so much emphasis on it above every other sin? It's just a sin. It's just a sin. So if my husband can lie, can be angry, can have pride, can be unforgiving, can get angry and just say nasty things, and I forgive him and I don't pick a divorce because he yelled at me yesterday, why is fornication and adultery a deal breaker? Dear Christian sisters, why is that a deal breaker? If you find out that your husband is angry with his brother, it's a sin to be angry, right? If you find out that your husband, somebody offended your husband and he hasn't forgiven them, it's a sin to not forgive. But you are not going to file a divorce because of that. But then he commits adultery and you want to file a divorce. She commits adultery and you want to file a divorce. They are both sin. They are both sin. So if you can forgive, I'm asking you the picture that you painted. I'm being sarcastic here. I hope you get it, so that you don't twist my words. If the church can forgive two people in the choir that had an issue and they fought and they lashed out at each other and pastor helps them settle it, why can't the church forgive the choir leader and the brother in church if they impregnate each other? Why is that different? It's just a sin. Why is it different? Father, forgive us as we forgive those who trespass against us. If that is the situation, Christianity should not come to a part where they say there is a clause. No, because it is not what they are selling. Christianity of 2025 has now said, oh, if there is domestic violence, if there's abuse, if there is infidelity, you can separate, don't stay there. No, that is not what the Bible teaches us. The Bible teaches us that we should forgive every wrongdoing. The Bible teaches us that love covers multitude of sin. So if you want to practice the Christianity that you are preaching, there is no room to run out of that marriage. Because you can always forgive anything he does. Because the Bible says 70 times, 7 times we must forgive. You see how unpractical it is? You see how conflicting it is? You're welcome. You see how you people cannot, it is not practical. You cannot live to the standard of that thing every day. There is a time that it will come that it will not make sense. We are in 2025. It is no longer making sense. And you cannot tell me a part of Christianity doesn't make sense and a part of it is making sense. It is absolute foolishness. Thank you very much. It's not. It's not making any sense. So it is either you are buying the whole thing or you are trashing the whole thing. Because except if that whole thing is open for negotiation. And I don't think the word of God should be open for negotiation by us as human beings. So you see how you are a mother who has a 26, 28, 30, 32-year old boy as your son. And he says he's taking his girlfriend out on the weekend, and you and I both know that they are going to practice X. They're going to be intimate. And he brings the girl home, and you know that they are spending the night in the house and they're going to be intimate. And you cannot lie to yourself that you know that your daughter is engaging in intimacy with her boyfriend, even if she doesn't talk to you about it. But then your son now gets married. His wife now comes to report that you caught him cheating. And the mother is like, what? You have brought shame to the family. Excuse me, ma, he has been bringing shame to the family since 1914. Since forever. The fact that you didn't talk about it, you really wanted to assume that he was not doing it. And yet he was taking his girlfriend out overnight. Yet she was sleeping in your house overnight. 80% of the time it was happening. So it is not when it now comes to the institution of marriage that it now becomes a big deal. That's your husband. You and him have been sleeping together when you are engaged. Talking about we are committed before you got married. Excuse me, ma. No. So when you now get married, he decides to come. The same spirit of God that was living in him that made him commit fornication is still the same spirit of God that is living in him that will make him commit adultery. It's not different. If your husband could lie to you while you were dating and you accepted it and you overlooked it, when he cheats on you, accept it over. It's your Bible that sold it to you. So don't pick and choose. Don't pick and choose. I'm being sarcastic. I hope you understand that. But that's the reality of what Christianity has so unrealistic expectations. Unrealistic expectations. So it's time for you to ask yourself if an 11-year-old, the video that we played that I'm answering this question was recorded by an 11-year-old girl. If an 11-year-old can come out and ask these questions, it's okay as an adult if you have those questions. But beyond having those questions, answers are staring at you in the face. You are the one that is going to act, you are the one that is going to tell yourself if you will still continue to gaslight yourself into misconceptions and lies. Your fear is hellfire. You see that hellfire? At the rate at which the Bible describes it, everybody is freaking going there. You see, the one sin that we carry everybody to hellfire before every other one is the sin of unforgiveness. Somebody hurt you. Somebody legit hurt you. Somebody knew you, betrayed you, and hurt you. And you will go to hell because you feel hurt and pain, because you did not forgive, because you did not forget, because every time you see them, you are angry. Everybody will be guilty of that, though. Because how will somebody hurt me and you tell me that I will go to hell because I feel hurt, because I choose, I don't want to hear their name. If they are by 1 meter move close to me, I can end them. That's how upset I am. Somebody says you are going to hell because of that. Everybody is going. Because I'm waiting for the person that will be truly hurt and pain. And we look at that person in the face and say, I love you so much. You don't love them. They hurt you. Girl, they hurt you. You don't love them, bro. You don't. Don't gaslight yourself into it. You are hurt. You are pained. It will take you eternity to deal with it. And that is okay. You open your house into for your cousin to come and stay with you, a 26-year-old cousin, and he decides to grape your 3-year-old girl. And somebody is talking about if you don't forgive him and open the arms of love for him, you are going to hell. That's why I said this thing is not realistic. But when now they are talking about abuse in marriage, narcissists, you if in the spirit of forgiving, we should be forgiving anybody. Christians should not even be complaining about anything. No, they should just be forgiving on a steady, 70 times 7 on a steady. They should not come and complain about anything in this. If I hear any Christian person complaining about leadership in Nigeria, wrong leadership, they're embezzling money, forgive them. The government is embezzling money, forgive them. That's what you are taught to do. And don't complain. Embrace them in love. The next time you see a government official that is embezzling our public funds, love them and forgive them. Look at the government. Love them and forgive them. Because that's what your Bible says that you should do. Don't pick and choose. So if you have stayed almost 5 hours to listen to this, if I have taken almost 5 hours of my time to talk about this, as much as I appreciate the gift that is coming in, I have real life job, real life businesses that I'm building that within, if I put these same 5 hours into it, I know how much money is going to come out of it. It is not this TikTok coin. So if we are putting time into this to open the eyes of people, and you will still watch this and still go back into, but Jesus is love. You will not understand it until you experience it. Somebody be telling me, if you left Christ and you went to, if I means that your salvation is not genuine. Who is weighing the genuineness? Oh wow, there's ingenuine salvation now. I didn't know. I just thought it was one salvation. Where do people buy the genuine one from? Talking about if you have met Christ, you will not. Where did you meet? We have almost rounded up. Please, let's end this. Let's end this by saying we came to so many conclusions. If you meet this, Yanifa, baby, Yanifa, baby. What did that person write? Yanifa, baby, 2025. So please, if you missed the um earlier part of this video, right? Please, you want to go to YouTube tomorrow. Go to YouTube today, Iyanifaewa TV on YouTube. Subscribe and turn on notification. This video would have been edited and posted on YouTube tomorrow. Go and watch it. Watch it. When you come back from watch, instead of going to Netflix, Netflix will always be there. Netflix will always be there. Netflix will always be there. Watch this. Listen to it again. Unbiased mind. You to narrate all these things. Send the video to your pastor to watch it. And you people just talk about it. Unbiased. And listen to these things and wait and ask yourself, is God really this confused? Divine and supreme being. Is he really this confused? No, God is not this confused. The lines that they wrapped around it that is confusing everybody. So on this note, I will say, I hope with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that God was, that everything I've said, so many things I've said. Sincerely speaking, I hope I have been able to help answer your questions. I hope I have been able to open up your eyes to a lot of things. I hope I have been able to give you strength to understand that you're not a bad person by having those questions. It's real life, and you're not alone as you ask those questions. And we will continue to answer them, and we will continue to find light. So if you are contemplating Ifa before, you are in the right place. If you are contemplating connecting back to your ancestors, to connect with spirituality in the reality of what it is. You're welcome. Eshe púpọ̀, thank you so much. If you do not have any questions, we will be wrapping up this live streaming. No questions. I'm an Iyanifa and I do Ifa divination. We do it to an able. We do appeasement and sacrifices. We sell spiritual products. We we do Itefa and Ishefa. What else do? We do a lot of other wonderful things that Iyanifas and Babalawos are called to do. But more than it, I am passionate about the knowledge in Ifa. So you want to go to ifacollege.ng to register for a course in different parts of Ifa. Just go to the website, register for the course, and let's learn together. Let's continue to grow together. Mondays to Fridays, I'm live on these same channels where you're watching me right now. Iyanifa TV on YouTube, Ifa College on TikTok, 6 a.m. Nigerian time, that's 5 a.m. GMT, and 1 a.m. on the EST, where we dive into the Oduifa. We pick one Oduifa that Olodumare is directing us to every day, and we talk about it. We bring it. How does it appropriate to our everyday life? Everyday life. How do we apply the Odrifa in our current life? That's what we do every day. And the two hashtags for our show is my blessing is here now, Ashe, it is done. My blessing is here now, Ashe, it is done. So you will join me tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Nigerian time, 1 a.m. on the EST. Those of you on the Pacific time, it will be 10 p.m. I know it's really odd hour for you, but don't worry. If you cannot join me, those of you on the EST because of work or you're probably sleeping, you could catch the replay when you wake up in the morning. We're going to delve into another Odrifa tomorrow. And before we round off, I just want to say thank you. Let's make our Ashe and close. Um, if you're not on my WhatsApp status, you are missing a lot though. There's so many things I want to talk about that I can't talk about on YouTube, you know. I just type on my WhatsApp status, and people that are on my WhatsApp status, please, if you are on my WhatsApp and you go through my status, can you just type a comment? Describe my WhatsApp status in one comment. Let me even know how you people feel. In one comment, just describe what my WhatsApp status has been to you. How will you describe it? How will you describe it? I will say it's educative because I also learned from it. It's entertaining, it's real, it's uncut, unedited. It's just real life, like everyday real life. Yeah, thank you. So it's enlightening. Someone said it's enlightening. So if you're not on my WhatsApp, you want to add that number on WhatsApp and say, Yanifa, please, I want to view your status because I'm always about learning. I'm always about learning. And it's real life, practical real life, how we appropriate it to our everyday life. So every time a message comes to me, I'm reading, I'm studying, I get something, I go to my WhatsApp status. I can immediately set ring lights on every occasion. So I go to my WhatsApp status, I post, I record voice notes, I type, and we talk about it. It's a safer space. So people get to tell me what they think. We share these things, we talk here and there, and we continue learning because knowledge is what, yes, today and every day is awesome. Thank you so much. Knowledge is what we need. More and more of knowledge. All right. Akoda Aye Asheba. It's not TikTok, it's YouTube. Akoda Aye Asheba.
Bashe,
Àṣèbà tí wáyé ọjọ́,
Ibashe,
àṣèbà tí wọ̀ oòrùn, Elédùmarè ọba
Bashe,
tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé, àṣèbà aníkíbà wá ṣẹun,
Ashe,
àṣèbà àjàgùnmàlè olúwo òde ọ̀run, àṣèbà olúbíkin, àṣèbà ọ̀sanyìnbíkin, àṣèbà yín ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́, ẹ̀yin alágbogbo idẹ, ẹ̀yin arógbaṣọ má balẹ̀, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi
Ibashe,
ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fúngbà ọmọ ọlọ́mú, ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì jà, ẹ̀yin apanimáyọ̀dà, ẹ̀yin atẹ̀dọ̀jòrò òró, ẹ̀yin
Ashe,
olókìkí òru, àṣèbà àṣèbà.
ọ̀sà méjì ọ̀sà ẹlẹ́yẹ àṣebà àṣebà
Báṣẹ.
àpèyín fúkú àpèyín fárùn ìbàlá wa
Báṣẹ.
ṣe o kẹjẹ́ kí bà wá ṣe ẹ̀yọ́nú ayé ẹ̀yọ́nú àwọn tó nílẹ̀ òun la béèrè fún ẹ jẹ́ kí bà wá ṣe ọ̀run
Àṣẹ.
gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà àtàwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ tó dilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire mú àṣebà àṣebà
Báṣẹ.
àṣeyé ìpà òòṣà àṣebà òòṣà ńlá
Èèpà.
ọbàtálá ọ̀sẹ̀rẹ̀màgbò àṣebà
Báṣẹ.
ògúnlákà ayé ọ̀ṣun ìmọ̀lẹ̀ àṣebà kábíyèsí ṣàngó àkàtà yẹríyẹrí àṣebà alágbádé iná aláwọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ọ̀run ṣàngó àṣebà
Báṣẹ.
ọ̀ṣun ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ́ olóòyìn ayò ládékojú ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi àṣebà ẹ̀wùjẹ alágbólójò àṣebà aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ.
èṣù láàlú ògiri òkò láńróyè ẹlẹ́kùn sunkún láńróyè ń sùnjẹ àṣebà aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ.
èṣù àní ọmọ ẹlòmíì ni kò ṣe kó má ṣe wá ọ aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ o.
iyemọja ẹbọra tí ń gbénú omi afínjú obìnrin tí ń gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ ọkùnrin àṣebà àṣebà aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ.
àṣebà gbogbo àwọn tó ṣàwòkù sẹ́yìn fún wa àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ àwọn tó lẹ
Àṣẹ.
àwọn tó tẹ ìlú yìí dó àṣebà aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ.
àṣebà olúbíkin àṣebà ọ̀sanyìnbíkin àṣebà orí àṣebà ẹlẹ́dàá àṣebà àwọn ọlọ́kọ̀ tó wà wá wá sáyé àṣebà aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ.
please type ìbà ṣe in the comment section as we make ìbà so that we know that you are responding to us aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ.
àṣebà gbogbo babaláwo gbogbo ìyá nífà gbogbo bàbá lórìṣà gbogbo ìyá lórìṣà gbogbo wọn lórí mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé tó jókòó tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ òrìṣà tí wọ́n ń dáyàn lọ́hùn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrúnmọlẹ̀ aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ.
àṣebà gbogbo agbára tó solé ayé ró àwọn tó ní káwa wà tá a dẹ̀ wà àwọn tó ní kí bẹbẹ máa bẹ tó sì ń bẹ àṣebà aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ o.
àṣeyé ìpa ifá àṣeyé ìpa odù àṣeyé ìpa òrìṣà a dúpẹ́ pé a tún wọnú ẹ̀kọ́ ifá mi ìlénìí ọgbọ́n àti ìmọ̀ àtòye òun la mú jáde aníkíbà wa ṣe ọ
Àṣẹ.
ìwúre tá a wá ṣe fún ọjọ́ ìní ọ̀sẹ̀ tuntun ló tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ yìí o ọ̀la ni ọjọ́ ajé ajé ògúngúlùsọ onísọ òbòjì ajé wá dúró tì wá ajé wá filé wa ṣelé ajé wá fọ̀nà wa ṣọ̀nà ọ̀la lọ́jọ́ ajé kárí tí wá ṣe láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè nǹkan tá a máa jẹ òun là ń bá jáde lọ́la ká má pàdé èyí tó máa jẹ wá láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè ajé ògúngúlùsọ onísọ òbòjì tó bá ń bẹ lóko a pè é pé kó wálé kó wá jẹ́ wa lóhùn tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè
Àṣẹ.
kó wá gbé owó ọlá àtọlà kó gbélé wa lọ́wọ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè
Àṣẹ.
ibi gbogbo tí a bá kọjú sí ká máa ríre gbà níbẹ̀ láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè ibi tó rí ń gbé wa lọ kí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ má ṣì wá lọ́nà ọbẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè
Àṣẹ.
gbogbo àdáwọ́lé wa kó máa yọrí sí rere wọ́n ní ire lójú owó rí kí ojú èmi àti yín kó wá máa ríre ní gbogbo ọ̀nà
Àṣẹ o.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè
Àṣẹ.
àfẹ́kárí ayé báyìí òun látẹ́gùn fẹ́ kó bo èmi àti yín àtàwọn ọmọ wa àtọkọ wa àtẹbí àtàrà kó máa fẹ́ kárí ayé
Àṣẹ.
àrùn kárí ayé lòórùn ràn kógo wa máa ràn kárí ayé
Àṣẹ.
bọ́mọ aráyé ò ṣe lè fọwọ́ bo ògo òrùn kó má lè fọwọ́ bo ògo èmi àti yín
Àṣẹ
láṣẹ
wà.
Èdùmàrè àní fáráyé àní bọ́mọ aráyé àní bá wọn fọwọ́ tì ó láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè gbogbo àdáwọ́lé wa ire ló máa bọ́ sí
Àṣẹ.
gbogbo àwọn tó wà nílé gbogbo àwọn tó wà lẹ́yìn odi gbogbo àwọn tó wà lókè òkun èrè gbogbo ibi tẹ́ ẹ wà òun lẹ máa kó délé láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè ẹ ní kú sọ́nà bí èéfín o
Àṣẹ.
ẹ ní kú sájò o ẹ ní
Àṣẹ.
ṣe lásán o
Àṣẹ.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo ẹ̀tọ́ tó jẹ́ tiyín ẹ máa kó délé
Àṣẹ.
lódindi òun la máa kó tiwa délé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè
Àṣẹ
wọ́n
wà.
ní atare kan kì í bí tiẹ̀ láàbọ̀ èmi àti yín ò ní bá wọn lóore ààbọ̀
Àṣẹ.
àní bá wọn dúpẹ́ tipátipá
Àṣẹ.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ifá ti gbé àwọn ará wájú òun làwa náà ṣe ń ṣe ifá gbè wá
Àṣẹ wà.
àwọn òrìṣà á gbè wá
Àṣẹ
àwọn
wà.
alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ á gbè wá
Àṣẹ wà.
ìṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ á gbè wá
Àṣẹ
kò
wà.
ní torí wa dàrú kò ní
Àṣẹ.
torí tiwa bàjẹ́
Àṣẹ.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè
Àṣẹ o.
ní gbogbo ibi tí a bá kọjú sí ire lójú owó ń rí ire la máa rí níbẹ̀
Àṣẹ o.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní òrí ìjọ tó bá fojú kan òrìn jọ ẹ ló ń yọ kọ́mọ aráyé máa yọ́nú sí wa
Àṣẹ.
kárẹ́ ìyọ́nú Ọlọ́run bá kárẹ́ ìyọ́nú ènìyàn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè
Àṣẹ.
ká má ṣe lásán o àbùdí ní tolókun àbùdí ní tọlọ́sà bá a ṣe ń bù ú jáde kó máa dí fún wa láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè gbogbo ọ̀nà ní kórè máa gbà wọlé àti ibi
Àṣẹ.
tá a rọkùnrin sí àti ibi tá a rò ó sí
Àṣẹ
kó
o.
máa gbà wọlé fún wa láṣẹ
Àṣẹ wà.
Èdùmàrè bá a dẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe bá a ṣe ń lù á máa dún fún wa
Àṣẹ.
àní ṣe lásán
Àṣẹ.
nǹkan tá a rò kò ní báyìí tá a rò jẹ́ láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè gbogbo àwa tá a sì lóbi láyé lójú ẹ̀mí wa àwọn òbí wa wọ́n á jẹ wọn mọ́
Àṣẹ.
lójú ẹ̀mí wọn wọ́n á jẹ wọn mọ́
Àṣẹ.
wọ́n á jẹ wọn mọ́ èrè gbogbo wàhálà àti kòókòó jọ̀ǹjọ̀ tó ti ṣe lórí wa wọ́n á jẹ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè
Àṣẹ o.
bó ṣe wù wá lọ́kàn ní rere rí ni rere ká ṣe fáwọn tó bí wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè
Àṣẹ.
ajé á fi rọ̀ wá lọ́rùn
Àṣẹ.
àwọn aláṣekù wọn á fi rọ̀ wá lọ́rùn láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè.
o.
Gbogbo àwa abiyamọ náà bá a ṣe ń náwó nára lórí àwọn ọmọ wa àní ṣe lásán,
Àṣẹ.
wọn ò ní ṣánkú lójú wa, ọmọ
Àṣẹ.
aráyé ò ní fi wọ́n dà wá láàmú láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ọ̀nà ibi tí ọmọ ti ń gbé tó ti ń gbóríyìn fáwọn òbí ẹ̀, àwọn ọmọ wa máa gbóríyìn fún wa
Àṣẹ wà.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àìsàn wa kéré ó tóbi ni ọmọ aráyé ò ní fi ìkọ̀kan náà ẹ̀ ṣe wá o.
Àṣẹ o.
Wọn ò ní fa àìsàn ṣe wá, àní
Àṣẹ o.
dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fún ọmọ, ọmọ ò ní
Àṣẹ o.
dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fún wa. Ọmọ
Àṣẹ.
aráyé ò ní fi iṣan ara wa, wọn ò ní fi dè wá, wọn ò ní fi
Àṣẹ.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ ara wa, wọn ò ní fi dè wá, wọn ò ní
Àṣẹ.
fomi ara wa, wọn ò ní fi dè wá láṣẹ
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní kókó báyìí ni ara ọ̀tá ń le,
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
kókó lára wa máa le láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ.
Fún gbogbo àwọn àgbàlagbà tó wà nílé wa, wọn ò ní fàìsàn ló gbà ọ́, wọn ò
Àṣẹ
ní
o.
fi wọ́n ṣàgbàna fún wa ọ́,
Àṣẹ o.
àní rógun sáré sókè sáré sódò o
Àṣẹ.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ire la máa rí, ire lójú owó ń rí.
Àṣẹ.
Èyí tá a wí lé ní àṣẹ ti gùn, arọ ti mọ̀ ọmọ, ó ti rí
Àṣẹ.
bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ti ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
Ṣẹ
Torí wọ́n ní àbálá alágẹmọ máa ń dá, òrìṣà òkè ló ń sọ di àṣẹ. Òrìṣà òkè á sọ gbogbo àbá tá a ti dá lẹ́nu, á sọ di àṣẹ láṣẹ
Àṣẹ wà.
Èdùmàrè. Igúnnugún tí ń jẹbọ ọ̀ṣálú ayé á gbẹ́bọ tiwa, àkàràmàgbò tí ń jẹbọ ọ̀ṣálú ọ̀run á gbẹ́bọ tiwa.
Àṣẹ.
Gbogbo bá a ṣe ń gbẹ́bọ á máa fín, ẹbọ
Àṣẹ.
máa dà, ẹbọ máa
Àṣẹ.
dóde ọ̀run. Àwa náà wá padà wá, àá máa ṣẹnu rere yin awo.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn ayin Ifá
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
yin Elédùmarè nítorí tiwa,
Àṣẹ.
àní ṣe lásán. Àwọn tó láyé, àwọn tó nílẹ̀, wọn ò ní dà sí wa lára.
Àṣẹ.
Ọmọ aráyé ò ní kọ̀dí àìmọ̀ṣe sí wa.
Àṣẹ.
Èyí tá a wí lé ní àṣẹ ti gùn,
Àṣẹ.
arọ ti rọ̀ mọ́, ó ti rí
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ti ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àṣẹ, àṣẹ, àṣẹ.
Àṣẹ.
Títí ọ̀la tá a tún máa pàdé lórí ètò. Èmi ní tí ní tòótọ́ Ìyá Nífá Awóbánkẹ́fà tí gbogbo èèyàn mọ̀ sí Ìyá Nífá Ẹwà. Ẹ ṣé o, onírúṣe ọlọ́bẹ̀ ṣe. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ dẹ̀ bá wa jókòó jẹ́ wákàtí 5, ẹ kú àìbínú o. Ẹ ṣé. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you for the encouragement. Ajay will multiply it to you. If you did not catch the full video for whatever reason, the replay will be on YouTube tomorrow. The YouTube channel remains Iyanifa Ewa TV, and I would expect you to subscribe, to like, and to share. For those of you that want to learn to make Iwure the way I just made it and the way that I always do, you want to learn it both in Yoruba and English, just go and subscribe. Go and subscribe. Go and subscribe. Click in the bio. You will see subscription on this TikTok channel. Subscribe. Click in the description box of that YouTube video. Yes, you will see join the exclusive club. Join the exclusive club and learn how to make Iwure the right way. Until tomorrow, I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank you so much for the constant support. We are grateful. We are grateful. We are grateful.